afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It is 3:02 on Wednesday, April 10th.
Look at this face.
And I would like to call the Tallahassee City Commission meeting to order. Colleagues, we've got a lot on the plate today, so we're going to go ahead and get started. Ladies and gentlemen, it is the end of the month of Ramadan. It is my extreme pleasure to introduce my friend, the Imam of the Islamic Center here in Tallahassee, Imam Monir, who will be providing the invocation tonight. Imam, thank you so much for joining us. Will you please stand?
So much. Oh, our Lord, you created us. You know our needs. You put us on your earth, and we shall go back to you one day and meet you. Oh, our Lord, make it easy on us on this earth. Make it easy on us when we return to you. Show us the best way how to live. Guide us to the best. Show us the right path as right and help us to follow it. Show us the wrong path as wrong and help us to avoid it. Oh, our Lord, all these people gathered together here today, and they are looking for their needs. Oh, God, fulfill each one need. Give them the best out of this meeting, and give our beloved mayor and the staff and all the members the best help and guidance. Oh, God, guide them to the best of our citizens. Make them work for whatever will improve the quality of our beloved great city of Tallahassee. Amen.
Amen. Amen. Ladies and gentlemen, will you please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Imam Monir, I want to thank you once again for hosting me at the mosque last week as I came out, as I have done every year, to observe a Ramadan service. You have a beautiful mosque, you have a beautiful congregation, and a wonderful part of this community. Thank you very much, and thank you for coming today. Wonderful. Wonderful. Thank you. Okay, Mr. Manager, do we have any agenda modifications for the meeting today?
Yes, sir, Mr. Mayor. Items 5.03 and 5.04, both presentations have been added to your meeting.
Okay, any other modifications?
No, sir.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, any questions about those modifications? Seeing none, we will move into presentations, and I would like to invite everyone to come down to join us at the podium. So for our first presentation today, I would actually like to turn over the podium to the Mayor Pro Tem, Curtis Richardson, who will introduce Dr. Rosalind Tompkins.
Thank you, Mayor. It is my esteemed pleasure to present this proclamation to Pastor Rosalind Tompkins and her team that has come with her. I have known Pastor Tompkins since she came to Tallahassee and have witnessed her journey over the years and what she has done for this community in so many different capacities. And so again, it's my honor to present her with this proclamation, designating the month of April as Hope Month. And the proclamation reads, whereas in 2017, Dr. Rosalind Y.L. Tompkins applied to the National Day calendar on behalf of Mothers in Crisis, Inc., a nonprofit organization dedicated to spreading hope and help to those in need in Tallahassee and the surrounding areas for the past 33 years. And whereas Mothers in Crisis received the designation for April to become the National Month of Hope from the National Day calendar and celebrated the first National Month of Hope in 2018 and every year since. And whereas in 2019, Mothers in Crisis instituted the HOPE, Helping Others Practice Enduring Empowerment Awards, and presented them to various notable persons and the mayor. Each April in honor of the National Month of Hope. And whereas in 2020, Mothers in Crisis implemented the Hope for Health campaign during April National Month of Hope at the height of the COVID-19 pandemic. And whereas in 2021, Mothers in Crisis presented the 10,000 Balls for Hope campaign, giving stress balls to essential workers and others during April National Month of Hope. And whereas in 2022 and 2023, Mothers in Crisis spotlighted the Hope Pass It On and Save a Life campaign during April National Month of Hope to help turn the tide on the rising suicide rate among young people. And as you can see, just so much that has been done in and for our community. Whereas in 2024, Mothers in Crisis officially launched the Are You Hoped campaign to help others practice empowerment daily during April National Month of Hope through the practice of Hopeology. And whereas April is set aside in honor of the National Month of Hope, a month to promote the public awareness of hope by means of public advocacy. And now, therefore, I, John E. Daly, by the authority vested in me as mayor of the City of Tallahassee, do hereby recognize April as Hope Month, a month to spread hope and help those in need. In witness whereof I have hereunto set my hand and caused the seal of the City of Tallahassee to be affixed, and it's signed by our mayor, John E. Daly, on this day, April 10th, 2024. Pastor Tompkins.
We are so blessed to receive this designation, this proclamation from the City of Tallahassee as Mothers in Crisis Incorporated. We are also celebrating 33 years this year of providing services here in the Tallahassee and the Big Bend area. And I'm so proud of my team and also the commission, the City Commission, our dear, dear friend and partner, Mayor Pro Tem Commissioner Curtis Richardson, and of course, my dear friend, the mayor to us all, Mayor John Daly and Commissioner Diane Williams-Cox and the other honorable commissioners that thought it not robbery to say that the City of Tallahassee can now be a place of hope, yes, that we can spread this hope and help near and far, right from here, the capital of the state of Florida, that this is indeed a momentous occasion, and thank you so much. We are so blessed.
And as long as there is...
Oh, and remember, as long as there's breath in your body, there is hope.
Let's get a picture.
Okay.
Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is my honor and privilege to recognize my dear friend and probably one of the greatest advocates for our community on the state level. State Representative Bicentennial is with us today for a very special proclamation recognizing our Bicentennial. Podium's yours. Thanks for coming.
I'm happy to be here with everybody. Thank you, everybody. I came, Mr. Mayor and esteemed commissioners, to present this resolution recognizing the bicentennial of our beloved community, Tallahassee and Leon County, as well as the establishment of our state government here in Tallahassee. It is a profound honor for me to be able to do this and celebrate with all of you the rich history of this community that we all treasure. I'm going to give you a little history lesson, and then I'm going to give you the proclamation. In 1821, Florida became a U.S. territory. And a few years later, in 1823, the Legislative Council of the territory appointed commissioners to select the most eligible and convenient location for the seat of government for the territory of Florida. Prior to that time, when the legislature met in session, they alternated between St. Augustine and Pensacola, then the most populous places in Florida. And the way they got there was on a boat around the entire peninsula of our state, which took a lot of time and was dangerous when there were bad winds, hurricane seasons, and things of that nature. So the territory anointed Dr. William Simmons of Pensacola and John Lee Williams of St. Augustine to leave their hometowns and meet in the middle. And when they met, they set up a camp right off of St. Mark's to scout out the best location they could find for the state capital of Florida. And they found it in an old Seminole village of Tallahassee, Talluffa, and close to a small cascade, now known as Cascade Park, which is the jewel of our city here. In March of 1824, Governor Duval proclaimed that the Legislative Council would hold its next meeting in Tallahassee, and in May of that same year, 1 square mile of federal land was provided by an act of Congress to establish our state capital, ensuring that the state capital would be located. It also led to the creation of the city of Tallahassee, and in December, a few months later, the boundaries of Leon County were born, and thus, here we are. Now here we are, 200 years later, celebrating this momentous start to our very ambitious path forward as a city. Senator Daley, Representative Daley, Mayor Daley was in the chamber the day that we did this, and he heard my presentation on this. So it was a really momentous thing for me to have the opportunity to do, because my husband was in the legislature in 1977, and the last group of legislators to meet in that chamber, in the old chamber that is now a museum in the old Capitol. And my group, I was in this same place that he had left as a state rep, and the first group of House members to be back in that chamber to conduct the people's business that day. And it was just a momentous day for me personally to be able to honor this precious community that we live in, and it was also quite personal. I am so proud of this community, the people that live here, the thought leaders, the policy masters, our brilliant academicians, our talented tradeswomen and men, our students that are learning at world-class universities, artists, authors, renowned scientists, civil rights leaders, championship sports teams, and these wonderful citizens like all of you with giant heart. I'm so grateful to have this opportunity to be with you all today, and I bring to you the proclamation. I'm not going to read it all to you, but it does go into great detail about the wonder of the Tallahassee community.
Thank you so much.
All right.
Oh, Representative, thank you.
It's a gift.
May
It's a
we
gift.
get a picture?
We can accept gifts.
It's my gift. It's my gift. Joan, you here?
Yeah, just join us. I've asked representatives to stay with us for the next two proclamations. Not every day you get the representative in chambers with you.
I'm always glad to come help y'all out.
I want to, first of all, I want to thank you for the proclamation. Thank you. So I cannot stress the importance enough and how humbling it was to be the mayor to be able to participate in this ceremony. This is the first time the Florida legislature, the House of Representatives, met in the old Capitol since the 70s, like Allison said. And it was under her leadership. I don't think it was hard to convince the speaker, but it was Allison's idea to bring us together in the old Capitol. And it was the only piece of business that they took up, was the proclamation, the resolution honoring the city of Tallahassee and our bicentennial. And I did have the opportunity to attend, and it was very special. And let me, on a side note, you do a great job representing us, and we certainly do appreciate all your hard work. Ladies and gentlemen, we have two more proclamations. I would like to ask all of my friends that are here in the landscape architecture industry to please come join me. I think Charlie's with us, Charlie Johnson, Elliot Capers, Jeremy. I know Jeremy's here. I saw Jeremy. And all of our friends, come on up. Thanks for coming. We appreciate it. It's great to see you. Jeremy, thank you. Great to see you. Ladies and gentlemen, from the governing body of the City of Tallahassee, a proclamation. Whereas landscape architecture is a multifaceted profession that encompasses the analysis, design, planning, management, and stewardship of the natural and built environment, playing a crucial role in shaping the spaces where people live, work, and play. And whereas landscape architects design and create community master plans, walkable neighborhoods, multimodal transportation networks, green stormwater systems, and accessible spaces such as public plazas, parks, schools, residential common areas, playgrounds, and trails that lead to active lifestyles and healthy communities. And whereas the American Society of Landscape Architects, founded on January 4th, 1899, has reached the remarkable milestone of its 125th anniversary, and whereas landscape architects are STEM professionals leveraging science, technology, engineering, and mathematics knowledge to address the most pressing challenges facing its communities, fostering innovation, research, and leadership in the field. And whereas landscape architects as licensed professionals have consistently demonstrated their commitment to public health, safety, and welfare by designing accessible and safe public spaces, promoting active lifestyles, and fostering resilient and sustainable outdoor environments in the city of Tallahassee. And whereas the city of Tallahassee recognizes the vital role of licensed landscape architects in shaping healthy, equitable, safe, and resilient public and private outdoor spaces, contributing to the overall well-being of its citizens. And whereas the city of Tallahassee celebrates the economic benefits derived from licensed landscape architects, acknowledging their role in creating inviting and safe spaces that contribute to the state's economy while simultaneously preserving the environment and ecological system. Now, therefore, I, John E. Daly, by the authority vested in me as the mayor of the city of Tallahassee, do hereby recognize April as Landscape Architecture Month and celebrate the 125th anniversary of the American Society of Landscape Architects, read into the record in front of each and every one of you, signed with my signature, dated today, April 10th, 2024. It's my honor and privilege to provide you, gentlemen, with this proclamation. Thank you.
Well, two tough acts to follow. Hope Month and then the Bicentennial of Tallahassee. So we're going to do the best we can. And, you know, what we want to say is landscape architecture, you see it everywhere you go. There's so many great things this community has done, the leadership we have here around us, and years before. When you fly into Tallahassee, what do you see? You see a lot of trees, right? You don't see that in a lot of places. When they did the urban forest study, I think it was 58% coverage. That's right. And Chicago's known to have a lot of trees, and it's got something like 20 or 15, something like that. And so Tallahassee truly does live what landscape architecture is, and I think I speak for all of us and how proud we are to be part of this community, and, you know, hope that we can continue to help play a role in this community and create more open spaces for the public to use. And I don't know if anyone else wants to say anything. I think this guy might want to say something.
I'll just say it's just, you know, it's a pleasure to be in this profession. I think one of the things that we get to do and get paid to do on a daily basis is just make our community a better place for everyone to live.
Absolutely. Thank you. How about a picture?
Every day, all day.
Come on, Reverend. All right, ladies and gentlemen, for our last proclamation today, Laura Moody, where's Laura? Laura Moody, is she with? Come on, Laura, bring the team with you. Everybody that is here from electric and gas utilities. Come on, guys. Please come forward. Laura, thank you so much. Gentlemen, great to see you. Thanks for joining us. This one we're going to dedicate to Jeff Burlew at the Democrat. I bet Jeff has done this. So we'll just wait and see. This is Safe Digging Month, Jeff. Do you call before you dig in your front yard, my friend? From the governing body of the City of Tallahassee, a proclamation. Whereas the City of Tallahassee proudly serves more than 130,000 utility customers annually and maintains thousands of miles of vital underground utility infrastructure. And whereas each year Tallahassee's underground utility infrastructure is jeopardized by Jeff Burlew and his colleague. No, I'm just kidding. Jeopardized by unintentional damage by those who failed to contact 811 prior to have underground lines located prior to digging. And whereas unintended consequences such as utility service interruption, personal injury, environmental contamination, property damage, and even death are the potential results of failing to locate underground lines before digging. And whereas Sunshine 811 and the City of Tallahassee Utilities actively work to prevent these damages through education on safe digging practices and promoting 811, the national call before you dig number. And whereas designated by the Federal Communications Commission in 2005, Sunshine 811 provides excavators and homeowners a simple, free resource to request underground utilities be located and marked at the intended dig site. And whereas excavators and homeowners can save time and money while ensuring reliable utility service for their communities and preventing serious injury to themselves and others by contacting 811 at least 2 business days before beginning any digging project, waiting for located marks by local utilities, protecting the marks so they remain visible throughout the project, and digging with care around the marks. And whereas all parties agree that safe digging is a shared responsibility that helps protect Tallahassee's people, property, and environment, now therefore, I, John E. Daly, by the authority vested in me as the mayor of the City of Tallahassee, do hereby recognize April as Safe Digging Month in the City of Tallahassee and encourage each and every one of you to seriously call 811 before you dig. Read into the record in front of each and every one of you, signed with my signature, dated April 10th, 2024. Laura Moody, come on down and accept this proclamation.
No pressure at all. No pressure. Can you guys hear me? Okay. On behalf of staff, I'd like to thank the mayor and commission for this important proclamation highlighting the significance of calling 811 before any digging project. Proclamations such as this help to raise public awareness about the 811 Call Before You Dig program and truly demonstrate your leadership and concern for the community we serve. I want to highlight these guys, and in 2023, our city locators responded to over 21,000 locate tickets. The locators have very busy jobs, and we appreciate all they do to protect our city's underground infrastructure. We appreciate them very much. So thank you.
Okay.
Thanks for all that. Thank you all so much. Yeah, appreciate it. Absolutely. Appreciate you. So, Burlew, I was picking on you, and I apologize. The truth is, and this is a true story, and I'm going to tell the story because I know my mama's watching the meeting like she does all the time. When I was young once, it was a Sunday afternoon, and anybody that knew my father knew he was a diehard Miami Dolphins football fan. And there was a time when my brother, my sister, and I were playing in the backyard right before kickoff, and we accidentally were digging around the backyard, and we hit the cable line. And you could hear Scott Daly for miles because he missed kickoff and he missed the game that day. So I pick on you, but I can honestly say I am guilty of not paying attention, and I learned my lesson that day as well. It's good to see you, my friend. All right, we are on. Are there any announcements coming before the City Commission?
No, sir.
Great. Do we have any appearances before the City Commission?
No, sir.
Excellent. We are on the consent agenda. Do we have any consent items that have been pulled?
No, sir.
All right. Do we have any public comment on the consent agenda?
No, sir.
All right, colleagues.
Move consent.
Consent agenda has been properly moved by the Commissioner Diane Williams-Cox, seconded by the Mayor Pro Tem. Any further comment? See none. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Passes unanimously, 5-0. All right, we are now on the introduction of ordinance. Madam Attorney, 11.01, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Item number 11.01 is the introduction of ordinance number 24-0-16, an ordinance of the City of Tallahassee, Florida, amending Section 1-2, definitions and rules of construction, and Chapter 7 sign code of the Tallahassee Land Development Code, providing for conflicts, severability, and an effective date. The recommended action is option 1, introduce ordinance number 24-0-16 and set the first and only public hearing on April 24, 2024 at 6 p.m. in the City of Tallahassee City Commission chambers at City Hall.
Excellent. I see Mr. Reddick's here to answer any questions we might have. Any questions? Seeing none. Any public comment on this item?
No, sir.
Looking for direction.
Move option number 1, Mr. Mayor.
Been properly moved by the Mayor Pro Tem. Is there a second to the motion?
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Williams-Cox. Any further discussion? Seeing none. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Passes unanimously, 5-0. Madam Attorney, 11.02, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Item number 11.02 is the introduction of ordinance number 24-0-18, an ordinance of the City of Tallahassee, Florida, creating Article 7 titled School Zone Speed Enforcement in Chapter 20 of the Code of General Ordinances, adopting findings, providing for use of traffic infraction detectors in accordance with state law, providing for a local hearing officer, repealing inconsistent ordinances, providing for conflicts, severability, and an effective date. The recommended action is option 1, introduce ordinance number 24-0-18 and set the first and only public hearing and action on April 24, 2024 at 6 p.m. in the City of Tallahassee City Commission chambers at City Hall.
Excellent. Okay. And I see a representative from the police department that are here to answer any questions that we may have. Any questions first and foremost? Seeing none. Do we have any public comment on this item?
No, sir.
Okay. I'm looking for direction.
Move option number 1 is proposed by staff, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. It's properly moved by the Mayor Pro Tem.
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Williams-Cox. Point of clarification. I want to make sure we're all on the same page. We will, when we move forward with this, Mr. Manager, and actually select a vendor to, assuming that this moves forward, okay? We will be going to RFP, correct?
Yes, sir. So the steps would be, we just make sure I know what you're saying. We'll have a public hearing. If approved, we would be then in a posture to procure the services. I've talked to staff. This will happen through our police department. Procurement staff will be involved. And the plan is to initiate an RFP to do a competitive process. The agenda item reflects that we would ideally bring that back by May 8th. We think we can. If we don't get the process done, obviously it'll be later than that, but it would be through an RFP process.
Okay. I say that because since the legislation passed last year, there has been a lot of inquiry from the private sector into this, and I know there will be a lot of interest from many different organizations and businesses that will want to participate in the process. So I'm glad we had the opportunity to clear that up. Also, for the record, I had the opportunity to speak to Superintendent Rocky Hanna today on the phone, who does support moving forward with this measure and looks forward to working with the City of Tallahassee on this issue too. I've got Commissioner Porter, Commissioner Matlow, the Mayor Pro Tem, and Commissioner Williams-Cox will go ahead and just put you in if you got comment at the end as well. Commissioner Porter.
Let's make it a 5-0.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. City Manager, I was wondering, have we had discussions with either the schools or just generally about other traffic calming measures in addition to this?
Mr. Mayor, let me,
Sure.
I think maybe the chief can best answer this. There is information regarding the evaluation of need in terms of volume, potential speeders, in the triggering of the criteria. I'm not sure about exploring other methods. This is a new method to us, as we all know, and would require an ordinance be passed to implement it. And the data clearly suggests is we have a problem, and we do believe this will be an effective mechanism. I'll let the chief answer any additional context that we may have.
Right.
Chief.
Commissioner, to answer your question, we haven't looked at any other things outside of the speed zone for the schools right now. Obviously, we had red light cameras previously that we went away from. So right now, this is just because of the new legislation and because of all the advancements that they've made in this. We did the study. Major Mahoney is here. If you have specific questions about the study that we actually did here, it's quite eye-opening. But he can answer those specific questions if you have that. But we have not done anything outside of the speed zone for schools.
Thank you. And I guess my question, and I support moving forward today, my question was a little bit more about planning and less about law enforcement and whether we've, I know there's been initiatives with KCCI, painting crosswalks. If there's anything like that we've considered was, more what I was getting at. And that's just would be in conjunction to something like this, not in place of, and something to think about. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. And recently promoted Major Mahoney. It's good to see you, sir, and thank you for your dedication. Okay, Commissioner Matlow.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I support introducing it today, but I still have questions and
Sure.
want to reach out to you. The feedback we get. We know the red light cameras weren't received well by any means, and for different reasons. I know this targets a different type of violation that I think is much needed, are slowing down traffic in school zones. I do have similar questions on working in tandem with enforcement, also with road design. I think Tharp Street particularly is essentially a 4-lane highway, and some design aspects on that road could certainly slow traffic. But my questions regarding the item were the violations that we have on the document, are those violations during school times, or is that violations throughout the whole day?
So the
Major?
statute says that we can run 30 minutes before the yellow lights come on and 30 minutes after and throughout the day. So that did go throughout the school day. It's 10 miles an hour and over throughout the day. Once we can go ahead and dictate what number we want as far as once the school yellow lights are off, we can make it 15 miles an hour over throughout the school day. It's up to us what we would like to do, but it's always going to be 10 and over. So yes, those 47,000 violations were in one day throughout the entire school day.
The school day being the 30 minutes before and 30 minutes after? Is that? Or the day?
The
Sorry.
entire school day.
Okay, the day of the week.
Correct.
Okay. So that's where I think if we go further down the line, we really need to get into making sure, we're enforcing when the signs are flashing, when it's most important, because I think the other slowing down traffic concerns are less school safety related and are more design related. And I assume the data we have, is that based on, can we look and see 30 minutes before, right, when school starts, those types of numbers? If we went back and looked, is that
Yes, the
recorded
data
somewhere?
shows what times
Okay.
the violations occurred.
Okay.
And yes, we can provide that if needed.
Okay. Two other questions on the enforcement cost. I believe the item said it would be effectively done in-house with the money that was collected. We wouldn't be creating additional positions to enforce it unless it gets to a level that's needed. Does that sound?
So we have one thing that we're responsible for as far as creating a traffic enforcement officer. That person would be responsible for approving the violations once they come from the vendor. So the vendor gets the violation, they send it to us, and it's almost like a checks and balances. We do a second, just by looking at everything, and we do a second approval on that. So that person can be a police officer, it can be a community service technician, it could be anybody that's been through the STEP program, which is through the state of Florida training, which we have many people. It could be a reserve officer, it could be any light duty police officer. So we plan on doing that in-house for now. If it gets overwhelming, then maybe we look in the future about possibly looking and asking for additional manpower with that. But at this point, the implementation of the process is that we're going to keep it in.
Okay. And do we know yet, I know this is an ordinance and not an RFP, but vendors in Florida, as far as the $60 that the city retains and the vendor payment, how much the vendors in other aspects are receiving of that versus us? Okay.
It does vary. There's some people may ask for 50%, some may ask for 25 to 30%. But until we dig deep into the RFP, we don't know exactly what we're looking at there.
Okay. That's all the questions I have. Thank you.
Excellent. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. In speaking with the attorney, the one thing I noticed in the information that we got on the study, it didn't include private schools. Will they be included in that? And the reason I asked that question is because where I live, FAMU DRS is on one side and NIMS Middle School is on the other. And I noticed too that NIMS wasn't in that study. So does that mean that NIMS didn't have speeders, or? I'm just curious.
I'm sorry, Commissioner, NIMS is in the study. It's
there's a,
Frank.
okay.
It's under the R. Frank NIMS Middle School.
Oh, okay. I was probably just looking for NIMS.
So there's 30.
Okay.
There's 30 Leon County schools in the city of Tallahassee.
Right.
And 29 of those qualified. Astoria off of Hartsfield Road did not. They did not have the number of violations. So 29 of these actually qualify for speed zone cameras. So this is a heavy lift. So we're starting with the city, Leon County schools, because part of the money from the violations does go back to the Leon County schools. It also supports charter schools with that money. But that is something in the future that if this is a success, that we can look back and start looking at other schools. What I would love to see out of this is that when you're driving down the road and you're approaching a school zone, you're automatically going to start slowing down, because now you know possibly that any school zone you may end up getting ticketed. So hopefully it's a change of behavior for the citizens. But yes, that is something we can look at in the future as far as private schools.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Excellent.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Commissioner Williams-Cox?
I support the introduction of this ordinance.
Excellent. I'm going to support it as well. It's going to pass 5-0. On a separate note, Major, you played a very instrumental role in the success of the TEAMS program before you just rolled off. And I just want to say thank you while you're before us. It's such an amazing program that we have here in Tallahassee, and you did a great job. And we're looking forward to the success of this program as well.
Appreciate y'all.
Thank you.
Okay, thank
All those in favor of the motion on the table signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed. Passes unanimously 5-0. We are on item number 11.03. Madam Attorney.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Item number 11.03 is the introduction of ordinance number 24-0-19, an ordinance of the City of Tallahassee, Florida, amending Section 9-98 of the Tallahassee Land Development Code concerning street renaming activities for streets and roads lying inside the boundaries of the incorporated municipality and street naming for new streets, providing for conflicts, severability, and an effective date. The recommended action is option 1, introduce ordinance number 24-0-19 and set the first and only public hearing on April 24, 2024 at 6 p.m. in the City of Tallahassee City Commission chambers at City Hall.
Excellent. Thank you. And I see Mr. Reddick's here if we have any questions for him. Mr. Clerk, do we have any public comment on this item?
No, sir.
Okay, colleagues.
Move acceptance of the introduction of the ordinance.
Second.
It's been properly moved by Commissioner Diane Williams-Cox, seconded by the Mayor Pro Tem. Any further comment? Seeing none. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 All those opposed? Passes unanimously 5-0. Item number 11.04, Madam Attorney.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Item number 11.04 is the introduction of ordinance number 24-Z-04, an ordinance of the City of Tallahassee amending the Ox Bottom Terrace planned unit development on the official zoning map of the City of Tallahassee, located on 18.92 plus or minus acres on the east side of Cold Harbor Drive, approximately 1,500 feet north of the intersection of Cold Harbor Drive and Ox Bottom Road, on the official zoning map of the City of Tallahassee, providing for conflicts, providing for severability, and providing an effective date. The recommended action is option 1, introduce ordinance number 24-Z-04 and set the first and only public hearing and action on May 8, 2024 at 6 p.m. in the City of Tallahassee City Commission chambers at City Hall. Any ex parte disclosures concerning this item are available via the hyperlink included in the agenda item as published in the board docs system.
Excellent. And I see Dr. Laurel Harbin is with us if we have any questions on this item. Mr. Clerk, do we have any public comment?
No, sir.
Colleagues, looking for direction.
Move staff recommendation, option number 1, Mr. Mayor.
Second.
Been properly moved by the Mayor Pro Tem, seconded by Commissioner Diane Williams-Cox. Any further comment? Seeing none. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Passes unanimously 5-0. Madam Attorney, do we have any other ordinances to be introduced this evening?
We do not, Mr. Mayor.
We're on policy formation and direction, 12.01. Mr. Cook.
Thank you. Mayor and Commissioners, as you know, the Charter Review Committee presented its report to you at your last meeting. Any items that you wish to place on the ballot for consideration need to be provided to the Leon County Supervisor of Elections by June. So to meet that deadline, we're asking for your direction on any charter items that you would like to move forward at tonight's meeting. By giving direction tonight, that will allow the necessary introduction of an ordinance at your next meeting on April 24th with a public hearing at your May meeting, allowing us to get the information to the Supervisor of Elections before his mid-June deadline. That does leave one meeting if things had to be pushed back for some reason in one area or another, because you do have one meeting in June on the, I believe that's on the 12th of June. The agenda item outlines the Charter Review Committee's recommendations in each of the 4 areas that you assigned to them, as well as 2 additional items that they brought forward. If at this point, follow your direction, and Mayor, unless you direct me to, I'm not going to walk through each one. I think they're laid out in the agenda item and you're each well familiar, but we do need direction on each one so that we know what to do going forward.
Sure. So what I'd like to do is first we'll go to public comment and we'll hear from citizens. And then when we come back, colleagues, I say we go one by one and make specific motions for each item and have discussion and go from there. Okay. So let's go to public comment. Mr. Cook.
Thank you, Mayor. We do have several speakers. The first speaker is Richard Herring, followed by Ernie Payne.
How many speakers do we have total?
We have 4 speakers on this item at this point, unless we get additional ones during the,
Might have some more.
we may have a couple more coming.
Thanks for joining us. Your name and address for the record, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Commissioners. Richard Herring, 1110 Ivanhoe Road, speaking for Citizens for Ethics Reform, with whom you're familiar. Over the last couple of years, we've heard both publicly and privately that changes to the city charter should not be considered except as part of a comprehensive charter review. Yet when a charter review was finally authorized, it was limited to a handful of specific issues, not including important ethics issues that had been in discussion for years. We fear this is the death knell for improvements to Tallahassee's ethics environment and hope you will prove us wrong. By comparison, at the state level, Florida has established 2 constitution revision bodies, alternately meeting every 10 years. Yet even with that regular schedule, the state legislature itself has independently proposed a total of 43 amendments to the Florida Constitution over the last 12 general elections. I was always told that general government, being closer to the people, could be the most responsive and responsible level of government, but here it seems that the state tries harder. Whistleblower protection is one of several important ethics issues that needs to be addressed. 2 Florida appellate courts have ruled that whistleblower protection may be offered by a board, not an individual, but a board, as long as the board has authority to remedy violations. Based on a ruling by the U.S. District Court for the Southern District of Florida, the city opens itself to litigation by persons who participate in investigations and later claim whistleblower status, even after the investigation is concluded, in response to adverse actions taken by their local government employers. Specifically, Florida statutes say that a whistleblower can disclose information to any agency, not individual, but any agency having the authority to investigate or remedy the violation. For local governments, that must be an appropriate local official. We have grave doubts that the public is well served when employees conduct investigations.
Thank you. Our next speaker, please.
Next speaker is Ernie Payne, and then John Reed. Mayor, I'll remind speakers, I don't think I did before our first speaker. We'll have 3 minutes for each speaker. I'll let you know when you're at 30 seconds. In addition, the light in front of the mayor will start green and then turn yellow and red.
Your name and address for the record, please.
Ernie Payne, 2006 East Indian Head Drive. First, I want to thank all 5 of you for each of your appointees to the Charter Review Committee. All 10 of us came to the table in the spirit of public service, collegiality, open to listening to one another, and to being persuaded if appropriate. I think if you asked any of the committee members, they would say the same. There were some questions at your last meeting regarding how the committee arrived at the unanimous vote on the ethics proposals. I'd like to describe exactly what happened at that last meeting when the votes were taken. A video recording of the meeting is also available to the public from the Treasurer Clerk's webpage on talgov.com. After the committee had completed its work on the 4 topics assigned, there were 4 additional topics that various committee members wanted to consider for your approval. I first introduced a proposal to allow the Ethics Board to fill the gap in whistleblower protection that the Inspector General had alerted you to 2 years ago. There were some legitimate questions raised, and we invited 2 subject matter experts in the audience, Dwight Floyd and Dennis Sutton, to help respond to these, and they were both very helpful. After further discussion, a vote was called, and the motion to recommend passed 5-4, with 3 of those in dissent saying that they were leaning in favor of the motion, but that they really would like to have more time to consider it. It was a complex issue. It was not divisive or contentious. This was in the last half hour of the final scheduled meeting of the CRC, and there were still 3 additional topics on the agenda to consider. I then presented my second proposal, the jurisdiction of the Ethics Board over city commissioners sitting on external boards. This quickly passed 8-1, with the dissenter indicating that she was dissenting only from the process, given the limited time to discuss all issues fairly. The 2 committee members who had other issues to present then chose to withdraw their items, given the time constraints. In the last few minutes, the single dissenter on the last issue proposed a vote to reconsider the last 2 votes for the explicit purpose of coming back with a unanimous vote on both issues. The vote to reconsider was unanimous for both issues, and then the original motions were repeated, and both issues passed unanimously 9-0. Only one of the other proposals passed unanimously. The City Commission discussed this favorably 2 years ago. The Charter Review Committee was unanimous in support.
You have about 15 seconds.
Please now allow the people to decide. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker, please.
Next speaker is John Reed, and then Dwight Floyd.
Name and address for the record, please.
Great. John Reed, 4265 Summer Tree Drive. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Commissioners, Charter Officers. My name is John Reed. I'm the Board Attorney for the Tallahassee Independent Ethics Board. I want to thank you for allowing us to present today, and I also want to thank the Charter Review Committee for the hard work that they have put in over the last few months. There's 2 issues before you today, which did pass unanimously by the Charter Review Committee related to the Ethics Board. The first deals with jurisdiction over elected officials when serving over outside agency boards by way of your position. I know this is an issue that Mayor Daley, you had previously agreed with, and we appreciate your support. So we see this as being non-controversial language, just allowing us to exercise that jurisdiction. The other issue deals with the whistleblower authorization powers going to the Ethics Board. Not to rehash all the procedural issues, but I just wanted to point out that the bylaws of the committee do mandate that the Roberts Rules of Order be the governing rules of procedure, and that's in Article 6, Section D. The board did, after, I guess we heard 2 votes, made a proper motion for reconsideration under, I think, advice of the city attorney. That motion adopted, and the initial motion was returned to the floor for its reconsideration, at which point it passed unanimously. I know there was a issue in the item that said that that one member was absent. However, in Article 4, Section C of those same bylaws, it says that vote thresholds will be based on members present. Now, as far as the language itself, the substantive language, I'd like to point out that this is simply an authorization. It is not self-executing language. It will need enacting legislation through ordinance. So once this is sent off, that won't be the last time you see it. It will require your final approval before any further action is taken. But this language would simply give this board the ability to take that action if it so chooses. Now, this language, even with the enacting ordinance, in no way expands the jurisdiction of the Ethics Board. We already have the authority to receive ethics complaints under the Tallahassee Ordinance. Simply what this does, it would allow us to extend whistleblower protections to the complaints, or to the complainants who file complaints that we are already authorized to receive. This language simply allows us to grant those protections to the complainants so they do not have to fear retaliation or threats against their position. Right now, we do have a 2-tier system. I think the Inspector General's done an exceptional job for those that he has jurisdiction over. However, if somebody were to file a complaint against a department director, they could go to the Inspector General and the city would grant them whistleblower protection so they could do so without fear of retaliation. However, if they come to us, they cannot receive those protections by the city, and all we have asked is when those complaints that are already coming to us anyways, we simply ask that those individuals be able to do so without fear of retaliation. I appreciate your consideration. I hope that you could vote up on both of those issues. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker, please.
Next speaker is Dwight Floyd, and then Stanley Sims.
Name and address for the record, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Dwight Floyd. I live at 1100 Tanner Drive, down from Jagaitha Park and around the corner from Commissioner Curtis Richardson.
Right, neighbor.
To be specific, it is an honor and a pleasure always to speak to this commission. I know I was going to have a little bit of a problem when I realized I brought the wrong eyeglasses, so I don't have my notes because I can't read them. So I'll speak from my heart. I know a lot of this is focused on the Charter Review Committee, and I understand that. But I also understand that in February of 2022, we brought about 13 recommendations to this city commission, and you all acted on all but one of them. That one, you directed us to meet with the Inspector General to address concerns that he had. He gave me in writing his concerns. We addressed all of his concerns, and he stated more than once that we addressed his concerns. I will say that he said that he didn't think it was a good idea, but he said repeatedly for a period of time that he would support it. We tried from February through 2023 to get on the city commission agenda. And finally, in June of 23, we were on the agenda, and at the 9th hour, we were pulled from the agenda when the city attorney said she wanted to submit, and this is the former city attorney, wanted to submit a memo opposing it, and she cited a state attorney general's opinion saying that it had to be a charter amendment, which is why I'm here. And so we had an opposing view, and we sought to get an opinion from the state attorney general's office. But again, the city attorney stepped in and killed it. She basically told them that the city was not interested, and that was the end of it. And I could go on and on about things that have happened, And I think, when I look at it, I had a conversation with Inspector Sutton earlier this week, and there are a lot of sore feelings among the commission and otherwise. But the bottom line is we're simply trying to follow up on a conversation we had with you all on February of 2022 when you directed us to meet, and we've been trying to come back ever since. Well, so for me, it doesn't matter what happened in the Charter Review Committee meeting. This is an important issue that you all need to speak to.
You're right at your 3 minutes.
Hey, we'll let the ethics officer take as much time as you need.
Thank you, and I'll try not to take up
take
too
as
much
much time as you need.
I know there's a lot to do. But the charter says that we can make recommendations, and it says that you can act on those recommendations. You have the last word. Past recommendations that you did not approve or accept, or that you rejected, we haven't brought those back up again. We accepted your answer. We will accept your answer here today if you decide to give one. We simply want to close the door on this one way or the other by getting an answer from you all. And all the other stuff, things that have happened, things that have said, you are the authority. You have the final word. And that's why we're not looking for the appointees or anybody else to tell us how they feel. We are here to hear from you. So what I would strongly ask you to respond. And I promise you, I won't say you won't see me again, because I enjoy talking to you. But if you, on this particular occasion, if you would, please, let's close the door on this and move on. Thank you for the extra time.
Yeah.
Thank you, members of the City Commission.
Mr. Sutton, Inspector General. I'm sorry, Dennis, I apologize. I made a mistake. We have another
We do have one
member
other
of the
speaker,
public
Mayor.
to speak. I'll get to you in a second, sir. Mr. Sims, it's your time. Name and address for the record, please.
Mr. Mayor, my name is Stanley Sims. My address is exempt. That's a joke. Pretty much. I went to every charter review meeting up under these strenuous conditions. In each meeting, I object to lobbyists, campaign managers, political operatives writing our Constitution, letter of democracy. The issue about whistleblowing has been worked. I'm not going to waste my time on that. But what I will waste my time, or hope I don't waste my time on, is the issue of increasing commissioners' pay. We've been told that we have a 4.2 approximately deficit, and we enjoy paying 3 city employees just as much money as our city manager or more. We don't see that as a financial risky business. We think that we can pander to the media and say, don't dig. I was hoping he was talking a moment of truth, Mr. Jeff Burlow, and say, don't dig into those $70 million that are compiled, that anyone with $1 billion annual budget will break that down, because who? When City Commissioner Diane Williams-Cox was elected, one of the things that had me waving those signs when she said she put everything in a 9th grade level so everyone can understand. Well, hell, I can't understand why are we bonding $70 million and we already projected for 4.2 deficit, and we paying people here like lotto. I can't even talk to someone who used to be my wife's supervisor, Teresa. That would jeopardize my restraint and my rights in this building.
You're at 30 seconds.
I just want to sit here and breathe this constraint. Ooh, foul odor. Ooh. Help us, Lord. I'm glad I ain't driving and suspected of a DUI.
Mr. Sutton, your comments, please.
Your turn, Mr.
Thank you, Mayor and Commissioners. I just wanted to address...
Name and title so everybody knows who you are.
Dennis Sutton, Inspector General, 300 South Adams. I just wanted to address the additional item regarding whistleblower that was presented to the Charter Review Committee. I think maybe that was a little unfair to ask the Charter Review Committee to address that matter in the last 30 minutes of the last meeting that they had. Yeah, the whistleblower statute is a very complex statute, and I think the city attorney I know has said it in the past, that there's a general misunderstanding in the public of what exactly the whistleblower statute provides for and what's required to obtain whistleblower status. Asking them to address it in the last 30 minutes of the meeting didn't really give them the opportunity to gain an understanding of what exactly whistleblower provides for and what is required for whistleblower status. It also didn't give them a chance to debate the pros and cons of the matter, that they were on a very rushed time clock, and I think they just really needed more time to get into that issue and do it the service that was needed to make a well-educated and grounded decision on whether to extend the authority to be designated as an appropriate local official to the Ethics Board for matters of complaints regarding the City Commission and the Inspector General's office. There's several reasons that I don't think that providing that authority to the Ethics Board is the best solution to the issue that's been raised. As was mentioned earlier, this issue had already been identified when the Inspector General's office was created. Part of my effort was to provide for an independent as possible Inspector General's office, but because of the way the Inspector General was created, the authority flows from that of the city auditor that is already in the charter. So no additional authority could be granted to the Inspector General. No additional independence could be granted to the Inspector General. So when the issue was brought forward in the previous ethics workshop that the ethics officer referred to, I did explain that I thought it was a bad idea, and I will get into why I think it's a bad idea to provide that authority to the ethics office. But I would support it because at the time I was under the impression that that could be done through ordinance and not charter provisions, charter changes. When the city attorney made the opinion a year later that the ethics board would also require a charter change, I no longer supported it because the better option is to have the Inspector General provide those protections to complainants than the ethics board. Now, the first reason I don't think the ethics board is the proper place to invest that authority is because their scope of authority is very narrow. It's limited to just the code of ethics. The other concern I have with providing this with the ethics board is that it creates a very real possibility that a portion of the protections provided by the whistleblower statute could be eliminated. If a complainant comes with a complaint that would qualify for whistleblower status for any employee in the city, not specifically the commission, and they went to the ethics board, when the ethics board has to turn that complaint over to the Inspector General, the identity of that individual that complained could no longer be kept confidential, which is part of the provisions of the protections provided by the whistleblower statute. The alternative to providing this authority to the Ethics Board is to address the things that I tried to address when we created the Inspector General's office that we weren't able to. Specifically, it would be to install certain best practices related to how the Inspector General is removed from office. Currently, because I serve as both the city auditor and the Inspector General, I serve at the will of the commission. Simple majority vote would remove the Inspector General from office. There's different things that can be done that are best practices put forward by the association, the National Association of Inspectors General, to provide for that increased independence. And I can dig into those things, but they really get down into the nuances of being an Inspector General. So I can do that if you wish. But the benefits of investing that authority with the Inspector General would be the much broader scope of authority. The Inspector General can receive complaints on pretty much anything that would be a fraud, waste, abuse, not necessarily the whistleblower statute only. So by those protections, the Inspector General then could look into other issues that are not necessarily only whistleblower issues relating to elected officials. Just making some up off the top of my head, it could be public purpose of purchases. The Ethics Board doesn't have the authority to look in those types of complaints, and the Inspector General would if those additional protections were put in place for the Inspector General in the charter process. So I understand that what I'm proposing to you is very similar to what I just took exception with was asked of the Charter Review Committee, that this is a very meaty issue. There's a lot of nuance to it, and I'm asking you to address it here at the last minute. So it may not be fair to you to ask you to take all these considerations and try and balance all these different matters. But I think that revising the Inspector General's office and investing that in the charter rather than it flowing only by ordinance from that already provided to the city auditor would be the best approach. And I'm here for any additional questions or conversation that you wish.
Great. Any questions for the Inspector General? No, thank you. Appreciate it. Clerk, any public comment left?
No additional speakers, Mayor.
All right, Mr. Clerk, you staffed this commission. You have any closing comments on the Charter Review Commission itself?
No, sir, other than to say that I concur with Mr. Payne. I think the committee, to a person, came thoughtfully, respectfully, wanted to follow the direction you had given them and serve the community. They worked well together, were responsive, asked good questions, and so I think any report that you got from that body was well thought out. And then, obviously, though, whatever direction you want to go is up to you, but I think they worked the way you asked them to so that you can now move forward.
Wonderful. Okay. Mr. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The thing that confuses me is it was my understanding that the first 4 recommendations, of course, legitimately came before the Charter Review Commission based on City Commission direction.
Correct.
The 5th item, though, I thought only applied to the first 4, and then I started hearing, well, it didn't, and that's why we were able to raise this issue of the ethics issues. So could you give us an explanation, either the attorney or Mr. Cook, on exactly what that item number 5 addressed?
Yeah, I'll, Mr. Mayor, if I may, I will respond to the question and then have the city attorney add or correct as necessary. But the Charter Review Committee met at your direction. You decided to engage a Charter Review Committee. You made appointments to the Charter Review Committee. There were bylaws established that provided them with direction. in those bylaws, there was a section that outlined the functions that they were to address. And the items, you referenced number 5, but the way that section was outlined, there were function 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, and 4 were the things that you specifically as a commission said, we would like to make this part of what the Charter Review Committee looks at. This is what we want you to do. The 5th item made reference to the fact that the committee should bring to the City Commission a report. And so I think its primary purpose was to identify that there is a report. Within that, that section, the language referred to a report with such recommendations as the committee considered appropriate, some language, something like that. And so I think there was some discussion as to whether that recommendations as considered appropriate meant broadly any recommendations, or whether that referred to, you've been given 4 things to do, bring us a report with the appropriate recommendations on those 4 things.
Right.
And so the discussion there was held, and at that meeting, the city attorney discussed with the committee that that language was designed by all of our understanding, having been through the process of establishing the committee, to address recommendations related to those four charges. As the committee had additional discussion, ultimately, I think the discussion came to a close as the chair indicated. The committee has 4 things that the City Commission very clearly directed them to do. And he said, let's do the things we've been asked to do, and if there's anything else that committee members want to discuss, we'll see what time we have left. So that's I think answers the questions you had, and kind of gives you the flavor of the discussion in that very first meeting. But it was expressed that City Commission said, here are 4 functions, we need you to look at these, and then bring us a report on those 4.
Let me just follow
Sure,
up.
Mayor Pro Tem.
So I guess then, and the chair was one of my appointees, and he's not here to respond. But when he made those comments, did he mean or meant to express that, whatever else we discuss in these next 30 minutes, we can bring before the commission, even though the direction from the commission was those first 4 items?
I'll attempt there, and the attorney may have more to add on this one. So what I described was the initial meetings of the body. The discussion there as to 30 minutes remaining, what are we going to take up at the end? That was at the end. I believe it was not the last meeting, but the one before that, where there was some discussion of these other items that maybe 1 or more members wanted to at least consider. And the chair at that meeting identified those as things that might be discussed if time permitted. He also recognized that they only had 1 more meeting to take those up, which is when those items were brought forward with potential recommendations for action, and also had said that he knew at the last meeting he was not able to be at the last meeting. He had early on identified that as a meeting where he would be out of town. And so I think what you had was some topics that had been mentioned. You got to the last meeting, there was extensive discussion to wrap up the other items. It wasn't a meeting where at the beginning of the meeting everything was wrapped up in 5 minutes, and so there were 2 hours even to discuss. It was well past, most meetings ran 6 p.m. to 8 p.m. They sort of set them as 2 hours so that they'd have a time limit, knowing that they had repeated meetings. And in that meeting, they'd finished a full hour and then some of discussion before they got to the other items. And so, and at that meeting, the vice chair was running that meeting, and as was, I think, outlined earlier, each of the other items was known. Mr. Payne brought forward his 2. There was some discussion and action on those. Given the constraints of time, the other 2 items that might have been discussed by that group, the people who had raised the issue said, I don't think it's appropriate, given the amount of time, for us to be able to address those fully.
finally, Mr. Mayor, was the Inspector General given an opportunity to present what he has presented to us tonight? Was he given the opportunity to present that to the Charter Review Commission for that same consideration?
I'll let him speak more specifically to that. He did have a moment where he was speaking to the committee, but again, time was limited. On each of the 4 items that you had assigned to them, staff, knowing what those were, had prepared quite a bit of material and then responded to questions of the committee over a course of weeks and months. So in this particular one, even though he can address the time that he had available to speak, we as staff did not provide additional information, comparable cities or anything of that nature.
Mr. Sutton?
Thank you. I did not attend any of the Charter Review Committee meetings except for that very last one, because I'd been given notice that there was possibly an opportunity for this matter to be brought up. And I arrived there solely to be a subject matter expert and answer questions. I didn't think it was appropriate for me to come and advocate for any position that the city staff, city employees should not be there to advocate for anything. I thought it was strictly a citizen-driven initiative, and the commission wanted what the citizens felt and not to hear what staff thinks. And so I did not provide any input or any alternatives to the proposal that was brought forward by Mr. Payne.
Okay, excellent.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Any other questions or comments? All right, colleagues, here's what I want to do. There are 4 focus areas. We're going to go one by one, and I'll entertain motions, and we'll have a discussion. So focus area number 1 is regarding the size of the governing body. I think the Charter Review Commission was pretty clear that they're pretty happy with a 5-member open seat. So
move option 1A.
Second.
Mayor.
1A has been probably moved by Mayor Pro Tem, seconded by Commissioner Porter. Any further discussion? Seeing none. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Passes unanimously 5-0. For the general public, 1A states, ratify the CRC recommendation relative to the size of the governing body, thereby retaining the current size of the city commission as a 5-member governing body. So that will not be on the ballot. By the way, I do want to recognize senior leadership from the Supervisor of Elections Office that's with us here today as well. Great to see you, my man. All right, we are on focus area number 2, the city commission salaries. All right, let's open it up for discussion. Motions, Commissioner Matlow.
I'll move to maintain the current procedure.
Okay, so that would be
Take no action. 2C.
2C. The motion on the table by Commissioner Matlow is option 2C, take no action, thereby retaining the existing charter language relative to city commission salaries. Is there a second to the motion?
I'll second that.
Seconded by Commissioner Porter. Open for discussion, Commissioner Williams-Cox.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I want to say this. If we intend for the future city commissions to have people who can afford to do this, not wealthy people, not retired people, but people who really love this city and want to move forward, we must do something about the compensation. The county commission, we're currently indexed to the county commission at half. And that was what was considered a part-time job. As we all know, those of us who've come to the commission, when I came to the commission, I fully expected to work another job because I was working a job when I did this. But I wasn't able to do that and represent the citizens of Tallahassee appropriately, I felt. The county commission does not take up whether they're full-time or half-time or any of that. And when you talk to each of those commissioners, they are single-member districts with approximately 50,000 people in their district, give or take. And so their salary is based on what the legislature does in population. And someone thought a long time ago it was a good idea to index the city commission to the county. And so, and I received a number of emails of folks who were thanking us for not doing single-member districts, meaning keeping us at large. And I agree with that. I wholeheartedly agree with that. And I think that if we want to, if that's where we want to go as a city, we need to compensate those. If you're concerned about those of us who are here now, don't be concerned about that. I signed up for this, and whatever it is, it is. The Lord always provides. But for those coming behind us, it is not going to be, it may not be those who can afford to do this. Right. And I think that is a disservice to our community to shortchange what this commission has to do. The budget size, population-wise, and Lord knows the issues that come before us every time we meet. And I love my job. I absolutely love it. And I love running into people in Publix and Piggly Wiggly and funerals and churches and wherever I am, giving me their issues or emailing me or sending them to me. I absolutely love that. But the next person in this seat may not be able to have that kind of appreciation because they're pressured with having to try to do something else to provide for their families in addition to this. And so I just want to just say that out there, I put it out there, that we're currently indexed to a county commission who, of no fault of their own, the legislature dictates or say what their earning is. We piggyback on them. I think that it is time that we increase that index to 1 instead of 1/2. That's where what I believe is fair. 200,000 plus citizens we're each accountable to and responsible for, as opposed to the single member county commissioners being responsive to approximately 50,000 individuals. You know, I think we need to even it up. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Current motion on the table is still made by Commissioner Matlow, which is option 3B, which is take no action, seconded by Commissioner Porter. Commissioner Matlow.
Mr. Mayor, if I may, I think you meant option 2C.
Excuse me, 2C. Yeah, it's all blending together.
You said it correctly.
2C, take no action, 2C. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And to harp on, we've had this conversation a few times. We're talking about future commissioners wanting this job. There has been no shortage of applicants for this job. When we look at our fire department, we're running out of applicants. We get paid more than a starting firefighter that had to run into, 6 active fires in the last week away from their families. That's hard work. We should respect that work. We should dignify that work. It's not an easier job than this is. So the frame of we are somehow entitled to a higher salary, and I don't necessarily disagree that we shouldn't have a salary conversation, but we tasked the Charter Review Commission to look at it, and the recommendation that came back to us is to take the ability of the public to continue to set our salaries in the city charter, remove it, and put it in the hands of us to adopt by ordinance. And frankly, I don't trust us to set our own salary. I don't. If we can't be trusted to make sure our firefighters are paid fairly, but then we'll take this knowing that there's a beg for an increase, that just is inconceivable to me. If we want to make this a job that can provide a living wage to afford the cost of living in Tallahassee, we want to make this a job that can pay your rent, buy a house, have a good living. Let's talk about that, but let's bring every city employee along with us. I don't think we should ever be paid more than the lowest paid city employee. And we have the budget capacity to do it if we budget more smartly. And currently we're budgeting a $3.8 million budget deficit 6 months into our budget cycle. We have to do better. It's not the time to ask for more money. I'm open to that conversation in the future if the community dictates. That's what we need to get quality representatives, but I haven't heard that at this time. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I think that Commissioner Matlow is being very disingenuous in his remarks because one has nothing to do with the other. I support our firefighters because I'm a member of the union family, Commissioner Matlow. I support them. I support their families. They have supported me in election after election. But to say that we have to not put this on the ballot for the community, for the voters to decide, I think is very disingenuous. They are in the process now of a collective bargaining process that will determine what the salary of our firefighters is. They're finishing, the one-year contract is in the hands of the special magistrate. We will hear from him in about a month now, I guess, about what the agreement has been between management and the firefighters union, if they accept what he recommends. They have begun budget or collective bargaining for the subsequent 3-year contract. And they will come to some conclusion, I'm hoping in a relatively short period of time, about what the firefighter salaries ought to be that is paid out of the fire services fee. It is not a general fund budget item in the city's budget. It is paid out of the fire services fee. And I think that needs to be understood. That will be done long before this item if we voted on it, and I intend to at least give the community, the voters, the opportunity to determine what they want. I don't need it for Curtis Richardson. I don't. But as Commissioner Williams-Cox said, there may be others who would want to serve, and I've talked to some, but they couldn't live off the salary that we're paid compared to the $90,000 a year that a county commissioner and the mayor even is paid. So I'm willing to at least let the voters determine that for themselves and not conflate the two issues of our firefighters' salaries and compensation, which we're in the process of negotiating, which I support wholeheartedly, and not letting the community decide what they want to pay their city commissioners going forward. And this would be determined in November, when the issue of the firefighter salaries has long been settled for the next 3 years. So I would like to see us, if I could offer a substitute motion to, let me see, which one is it? The salary, the study committee. I guess it's 2B, a substitute.
2A?
2B.
2B. Okay.
2A would
ratify.
move it to a salary study committee, which then would
recommend
require a change at a later date. 2B would allow you to specify what you want the model to be. So if you wanted to use the current model at a different percentage, it would be 2B. And
2A would be the committee that would determine what the salary, if that passed.
Right, and so what would go as 2A is stated, which is the Charter Review Committee's language, that what would go to the ballot is a measure that would replace the current compensation model where commissioners get paid half of a county commissioner salary, and then in that would authorize a compensation study committee, which would then come back with a recommended salary for commissioners that would be enacted by ordinance.
So my substitute motion then would be item 2A.
2A. Okay. There's a substitute motion on the table made by the Mayor Pro Tem for option 2A, ratify the CRC recommendation relative to city commission salaries, thereby advancing to the ballot a measure that would amend Section 340 of the Charter and replace the current compensation model with a compensation study committee model. Is there a second to the motion?
I'll second the motion for discussion.
There's a second to the motion by Commissioner Williams-Cox. Commissioner Matlow, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Madam Attorney, is there anything illegal about using general revenue to fund fire services?
I can answer that if you'd like.
No, okay.
Madam Attorney, and then we'll have the city manager for comment as well.
I'm not sure. Why don't you go ahead, Mr. I'm not sure I understand the question, so if you could.
I understand the question.
Yeah, the question is, can you transfer general revenue, property tax ad valorem, to pay for fire services?
Oh, I think the answer to that is no, but I'll let the city manager further.
There we go.
Well, yeah, I do understand the question. There's a lot of discussion about the fire service fee and the funding mechanisms that make up the fire department. The fire fund is an enterprise fund unto itself. It receives the majority of its revenues through the fire service fee that are established by study, which is allowed for by state law. There are other funds that come into that. And if the commission wished to, it could transfer dollars from the general fund to the fire service fund. It is not a common model, and the fire service fee is intended to be the predominant funding mechanism because it sends the price signal to all of our citizens in terms of how much fire services cost.
Thank you, Mr. Barron, and I'll digress on that issue, just clarifying a point that was made earlier. So the current motion that's on the table is to completely remove the salary that's set by the public, which is the current half of the county language, replace it with language that would establish a compensation study committee that would make a recommendation that would come to the city commission to adopt by ordinance their own salary. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, I definitely do not think we should take this out of the hands of the public and again, put it into the hands of the city commission. If you wanted to start a compensation study committee to come back and make recommendations that should go to the ballot, I kind of thought that's what the charter review committee was going to do, but this is the language that came back with. I think that's a conversation, but I think unilaterally saying at any time a majority of this body can raise their salary, I don't think is good policy. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Commissioner, for the record as well, make sure that we note that it's a two-edged sword, that the compensation committee could actually come back and say, oh, y'all make way too much money. We recommend you cut your salary in half. It'd be an interesting,
vote, right?
It would be an interesting.
On point, Mayor, but we would vote, we could ignore their recommendation and set the salary.
Yeah. But also, I'm sorry, Commissioner Williams-Cox, you were recognized.
I was just going to, you go ahead with your thought. Where was your thought? I'll come back.
I haven't gathered my thoughts completely. Go ahead.
And you're right, it is a two-edged sword,
right.
Just as it is currently. We're indexed to the county commission. If for some reason the county commission's salary was cut, so would the city commission. If the county commission salary increased, so would the city commission. I believe this method has worked for however long it's been in the charter. I'm just not sure, and Commissioner Matlow, at some point you got to trust somebody because you're a part of this body. Jesus. So I would hope that being a part of this body, you want people to trust your decisions and that I've been called everything but a child of God, and all I'm trying to do is do the best job I can here at the city. I'm not corrupt. I'm not trying to rob anybody. For me, I'm trying to prepare for the future. I'm trying to prepare for those coming behind us to be able to afford to do what we do. We take a lot of risks. We do. Because in this climate, there are a lot of people are doing a lot of strange things to folks who are serving, public servants. So, I'll just say that. But we're currently indexed to the county. I'm not sure, Commissioner Richardson, I do support what you're saying with the compensation study. If we want to move in that direction, I would like that we would have someone who knows how to do this, someone who is objective, perhaps someone from the League of Cities to help us with this if that's where we want to go. But it could be as simple as continuing to be indexed to the county as well, and let that be the barometer for how we go up or down. So, if Commissioner Richardson, if you want a compensation study, I would highly recommend and I would like to offer a friendly amendment to that it would be an objective group, such as from the Florida League of Cities, who are involved in this kind of work all the time.
But may I jump in real quick on point before we entertain that? I would be hesitant to put any specific organization's name on the ballot.
No, I'm not on, I wouldn't put them on the ballot, but I'm just saying if we want someone to do a compensation study, and then how long will that take? Because when you go to,
How long would it take to do the study?
well, I'm just saying, how long would it take to do the study, to get it to the ballot, because at some point, the results of the study has to come back for somebody to approve.
Right, I think the provision is to put the study on the ballot, and then it would come, and then that's how that would be the model, that we wouldn't go back to the ballot. It would then be an ordinance by which you would enact the study group. So you would appoint the study group, and that study group would bring back a recommendation. So that would all be done after an approval by the voters that's kind of the model. We wouldn't put all those details into the ballot language. So you'd have to come up with that process of how to appoint, which might, address your concerns about who to appoint and how that would look.
Right,
That's correct. The only thing that would be on the ballot is that you would establish a study committee, but you would, when that came back to you for action, you would not then take whatever the result is and put it on the ballot at a later date.
Okay, so I would rather the citizens have the choice. If we index it to the county, put it on the ballot, citizens would then be able to directly vote it up or down, and I'm good with that. I'm good with, if we index it to the county from half to 1 or equal, then the citizens can decide whether they want it or not, instead of waiting for, a compensation study to come and make it really complicated. It can be decided by the citizens.
Excellent. Commissioner Mallow.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm a bit confused on what we're speculating. I think that's currently what we have right now. Anytime we can form a salary committee, they can make a recommendation. We could put that on the ballot for the voters to vote on. That's the status quo. That's what we have available. We can do that at any time, directed by this body. What's being contemplated in the motion is to ask the citizens by ballot to say they don't want to set it anymore. They want us to be able to set up pay committees and then vote on our own pay. That I do not support. I mean, if the issue is you want to advance a 1-to-1 with the county to the ballot to vote on this year, that's just not the motion that's on the table. So I just want to make sure we're moving in the direction. Having a committee or deciding what you want the pay increase to be to put on the ballot, we can do that right now. But if we put this on the ballot as proposed, we're completely taking it away from the voters to individually vote on pay increases in the future. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, so the substitute motion on the table is for option 2A, which is ratify the CRC.
Mr. Mayor, I will withdraw that motion.
Okay, so.
And I'll make a subsequent, I will make a substitute motion.
Okay, so we have the substitute motion has been withdrawn. We're back on the original motion, and I recognize Commissioner Williams-Cox.
Okay. In order to put this back into the hands of the citizens, I offer the motion that we endorse, well, no, he's asking for a model. We're going to provide other directions, option 2D, provide direction, other direction. And the direction that I offer in this motion is that the city continues, that the salaries continue to be indexed to the county, but instead of, because they voted for a pay increase, so instead of it being equal to, instead of it being half, that it be equal to the county commission. That way, wherever it goes, the city will go as well. That is my motion.
Okay, so there is a substitute motion on the table. That would be option 2B, which is
2D.
2D, provide other direction. And the direction is to align the city commission salaries with the county commission salaries and their pay assessment, correct?
Correct.
Okay, is there a second to the motion?
Second for discussion.
Second for discussion. Okay, let's open it up for discussion. Commissioner Matlow.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Respectfully, I won't support the motion based on prior concerns, but I do appreciate the body desiring to keep it in the hands of the voters directly. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
All right, any other questions or comments? Okay, so the motion, substitute motion on the table made by Commissioner Williams-Cox is option 2D, provide other direction, and to align the city commission salaries to be the same as county commissioner salaries, and to align those salaries with their pay scale. Again, for the record, the salary of the mayor is already in that posture. So this does not impact the salary of the mayor. It impacts the salary of the other 4 commissioners here. Commissioner Williams-Cox.
And, Mr. Mayor, just for clarification before we take this vote, I have a question of the city manager.
Sure. Mr. Manager, you available?
Mr. City Manager, knowing where we are budget-wise, what kind of impact would this have on our budget?
Thank you for that question, because we've talked a lot about the budget. We focused in the workshop earlier today. We talked about the entire budget, and as I mentioned then and I've mentioned before, the city's budget is made up of 14 funds, the general fund being one of those. In fact, the property taxes that support the operations of government represent less than 10% of the revenues. So the revenues are made up through a wide collection of means that includes our electric utility, our water utility, and I can go on and on. In the case of the city commission salaries and budgets, those dollars are assigned across the organization. They're effectively allocated to the respective funds because you're providing leadership to each of those department areas and fund areas. Only a portion would be assigned to the general fund. So, and I would estimate that to be about 20%. It could be less. Don't hold me to that, subject to check, but just to give you some proportionality. So if you're proposing to increase the salary, let's say the voters voted to equalize the salaries, I think we all know that to be somewhere around maybe $180,000 impact for the 4 of you. A portion of that would be assigned to the general fund and certainly would be within the ability to manage that without any change in taxes or fees.
Thank you.
Excellent. Okay, so I'm going to bring this in for Landon. The motion on the table is for option 2D, provide other direction. The direction is to align the city commission salaries with those of the county commission salaries and their pay assessment. So again, that does not impact the mayor's salary. It impacts the 4 city commissioners' salary. And I do intend to support the motion on the table, and I'll tell you why. I don't know if I am going to vote in favor of this at the ballot or not. As the decision that I'm going to think through. What is brought before us today is whether we are going to put this on the ballot to allow the citizens to vote. This is one of the few opportunities of direct democracy that our government has. And the truth is that the Charter Review Commission studied this from the beginning meeting until the end meeting. They got into the weeds on this. They made a recommendation. Quite frankly, I would have I would have voted in favor of the other option as well, which they recommended. The bottom line is that they want us to put it on the agenda, on the ballot so that the citizens can decide after it has been thoroughly studied through the commission. I'm a big proponent of the Charter Review Commission process. I'm a big proponent of taking seriously the recommendations that are properly studied and come out of this commission and putting those recommendations on the ballot. So I will be voting in favor of the motion on the table. So I'm ready to bring it in for Landon, but Mayor Pro Tem. Yes, sir.
Just very quickly,
sure,
Mr. Mayor, because I want to make it clear that this is not for us. We're talking about future commissions that this community will elect, that they trust as they trusted us when they elected us to make decisions for them. I don't know how I might vote on this when it comes to the ballot, but I think we should at least give this community the opportunity to determine if they want to see their future city commissioners make a higher salary. That's what I support, and I will be voting in favor of the motion.
Okay. Motion on the table is properly made by Commissioner Diane Williams-Cox. No. Yeah, Commissioner Diane Williams-Cox, seconded by the Mayor Pro Tem. All those in favor of the motion on the table signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
Nay.
Passes 3-2 with Commissioner Porter and Commissioner Matlow in dissent. We are now on item Focus Area 3, conduct of primary elections. And the committee recommended in cases where only 2 qualified candidates filed to run for a particular seat, such 2-person contest should appear on the regular municipal election ballot in November. This is standard practice as followed by the county, the school board, state, and federal, correct?
Mr. Mayor, I believe, and Chris Moore, the Supervisor of Elections Office, is here and may need to speak to this. I believe the county and the school board are different. So our current process is one, would be consistent with one, and a change would be consistent with the other. But we'll let Mr. Moore.
Mr. Moore, it is great to see you. In a previous life as a county commissioner, I enjoyed serving on the Elections Commission with you locally, and you do a great job.
We appreciate your service.
Thanks for joining us. So shine a little light on what we have before us, please.
You're correct in that the county commission, if it's just 2 candidates that go to the general, nonpartisan races in statute are provided to be on the primary ballot. So judges, school board members would be on the primary, if only 2.
Sounds good. So what is before this commission is whether we put the recommendation of the CRC on the ballot and allowing the citizens to decide, should we maintain the, excuse me, the same system that we have right now, where a 2-person race would be on the primary, or as the CRC has recommended, it goes to the general election.
Right, and for the supervisor elections office, we've always, thought that, the more people that can participate in a race, the better. So our office is in support of moving that 2-candidate race to the general for those reasons. That's a long-standing support through several supervisors we've had. It doesn't always happen, but when it does, it's a much different turnout in a general than a primary. A lot more people.
Well, that endorsement right there, along with the endorsement of the Charter Review Commission, is all I need. Thank you, Mr. Moore. I appreciate it. So I would entertain a motion to take the CRC's recommendation to move 2-member races to the general election. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Properly moved by Commissioner Williams-Cox, seconded by the Mayor Pro Tem. Any further discussion? Seeing none. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? That passes unanimously 5-0. We are on focus area number 4, periodic charter review. As to the future charter reviews, the committee recommended that a full review of the city charter be conducted in 6 years, with a review committee convened in June 2029 in advance of the November 2030 general election. The committee additionally recommended that routine periodic reviews be conducted every 8 years thereafter. That opinion is represented, colleagues, in option 4A. 4B endorses the CRC's recommendation on future periodic reviews, but amends Section 134 to put us on a 10-year cycle for the next charter review committee. Option 4C is take no action. 4D is to provide other direction. I have stated from the very beginning that I think there should be a periodic review. I have always been in favor. I'm interested in hearing from y'all whether we should follow the CRC's recommendation or just put in a 10-year review. But I intend to support either one of those options or board direction that might provide a different direction, but does provide periodic review. I've got Commissioner Porter first and then Commissioner Williams-Cox.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would make a motion for option 4B. I think that it still gives us the, thank you. It still gives us the opportunity to have a charter review sooner than 10 years if we want, but has the standard being 10 years.
The standard is 10 years, and so option 4B has been probably moved by Commissioner Porter, has been seconded by Commissioner Williams-Cox. Any further discussion? I agree. I will support the motion on the table. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, passes unanimously 5-0. Okay, now we are on, let me bring
Fine.
Mayor, as we've labeled them in the agenda, they're additional items A and additional item B.
Correct. I'm just trying to scroll down so I can actually see it. Okay. Additional item A, Independent Ethics Board. The committee recommended the Independent Ethics Board be designated as the appropriate local office for receipt of whistleblower complaints involving the mayor, city commission, or the inspector general, or their staff if the alleged violations stated in a complaint is within the jurisdiction of the Ethics Board to investigate. Okay, this is the whistleblower item. Commissioner Porter, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I support option 5A to ratify the CRC's recommendations. At the same time, I would also support, if we wanted, what the recommendation was of the Inspector General. He has made this to us before, but the best practice being that the Inspector General do this, but needing extra protections in order to do this, since to make that office more independent. So I had this discussion with Mr. Sutton. I'm not sure, I believe he has spoken to us about this before when we first took a vote on the direction for the Charter Review Committee and the scope. So I just want to put that out there. That is an alternative, that we amend the charter to define the role of the Inspector General to require a supermajority for termination, termination for cause, and the right to refute for cause in a public forum. These being things that I spoke about with Mr. Sutton and as well with Mr. Floyd, that, and for those, listening members of the public, I believe we all agree, or I certainly feel that there's a gap that needs to be filled, where city commissioners and our staff, the Inspector General and staff of the Inspector General, there's no oversight as far as whistleblower protections are concerned. And I do believe that's a legitimate concern that needs to be addressed. And it seems like there's more than way potentially to address it, and I'm supportive of either one.
Question, Mr. Mayor?
Okay.
Mr. Porter, are you suggesting that then a whistleblower complaint could go to either the Ethics Board or the Inspector General?
I think that and Mr. Sutton, Mr. Mayor, is it okay if Mr. Sutton addresses this?
Don't trip, please, Dennis. Come on up. You okay, man? Okay.
Yes, sir. Okay, I'm sorry.
Would you mind explaining what I've just said as you explained it to me?
Thank you. The national best practice for addressing this issue as it relates to the elected officials would be for the additional measures that you described to be invested with the Inspector General to provide that increased independence. It still leaves the issue with the Inspector General's office, but I couldn't reasonably receive complaints about myself or my office. So as I described earlier, currently the Inspector General is established through ordinance, and the city auditor is in the charter. And the proposal would be to remove the city auditor from the charter, place the Inspector General in the charter with those additional measures that you described that would then allow the Inspector General to have the independence to have the full broad authority of the Inspector General then applicable to oversight of the City Commission, rather than just the narrow authority that the Ethics Board has if this was extended to the Ethics Board in relation to the City Commission and the Inspector General.
I'm not interested in taking that up tonight. What you are proposing is monumental.
Yes, sir.
And we have not had a single discussion about that. There's been no public comment on that.
That was what I said earlier. Is
absolutely no way that I'm even going to entertain that motion. I mean, that's not that I disagree, but that is monumental.
Yes, sir.
It needs to be dealt with in due process.
Yes, sir.
Okay?
And that is what I said when I first spoke, is that
Right. Yeah.
this is asking the same thing of you,
Right.
that I feel was asked of the Charter Review Committee, that there may not be enough time to take this up. But I firmly believe that this is the right answer to the question that has been posed, instead of the proposal that was brought forward by the Charter Review Committee.
Understood. All right, Commissioner Porter, you do have the floor.
I'll make a motion for option 5A.
Second.
Option 5A, which is ratify the CRC recommendation relative to whistleblower complaints and amend Section 61 of the Charter to authorize the Independent Ethics Board to perform these additional duties. Been properly moved by Commissioner Porter, seconded by Commissioner Matlow. I will not be supporting the motion on the table, and I'll tell you why. Politics is the art of compromise. I am willing to come back to the table, and I'm saying that on the record, and continue this conversation at this level. But I do not care for how this played out in the process of the CRC. And I said on the earlier issue that I am a big process guy, and I am a huge process guy when it comes to Charter Review Commission. This item was brought up in the last 30 minutes of the last meeting. I had very little input from the public, did not give staff direction or the opportunity to dive into this issue, and yet the recommendation was made. I do not feel comfortable moving forward and putting this on the ballot. I will respectfully not be supporting the motion on the table. Any other comments?
Yeah.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. And that's why I asked the questions that I did earlier, to get an understanding of how this was able to be brought up in the last 30 minutes of that meeting. And you've heard tonight how complicated this issue is, and this could be a better alternative, but nobody will ever have the opportunity to hear that for another 10 years at least if we go with this motion tonight. So for that reason, I'm going to vote against it as well. I don't think that it followed what the process, as was the intended process that was given by this commission. And I don't think that the CRC had the adequate time to consider all of the options and to delve into this particular issue with enough information, I think, to really understand the ramifications of what's happening here. And then I would also add, and Mr. Sutton, if you could answer this question, or the city manager, whoever is, how often has this occurred, this whistleblower issue? Because there's only, from what I understand with the commissioners anyway, one person that could file a whistleblower complaint against the commissioner. We only supervise one person.
Anyone could bring any citizen or any employee of the city or contractor could bring a complaint.
Okay.
That would meet whistleblower status. Now, it may not, because of the limited authority of the city commission as an individual rather than as a body,
Okay.
but it is possible.
Okay. And how many have we, is it an issue that just absolutely needs to be addressed? Because it's,
I believe because that hasn't been in place, that it's never been considered by anybody. So there's never been an opportunity for that to come forward, so it's never happened.
Well, the flip side of that argument, though, is that our Tallahassee Ethics Board, the local ethics board, is the only board where you can file anonymously, whereas on the state level, and I know that law just changed, okay, but leading up to it, if somebody had a complaint, they could file with the Tallahassee Ethics Board anonymously and have those protections until
State Ethics Board.
Tallahassee Ethics Board was anonymous. State Ethics Board you have to swear to, correct?
Okay.
Correct.
That's right. Now,
So you'd have the protection of the anonymity.
Correct.
But you would not have protection from retaliation.
correct, if they figured out who you were. But nonetheless,
Correct.
I mean, maybe I'm completely wrong. This has not been an issue in the past 6 years. But nonetheless,
Mr. Mayor.
this also comes to my point, and I'll come to you in just a second. There's a lot of changes that just took place on state law that directly impact the Tallahassee Ethics Board, which is one of the reasons why I am, again, willing to come back to the table and have this conversation. There's a lot of moving parts that just passed, and I think we're all still trying to figure out the ramifications of how this plays out. So to make major recommendations while we're still trying to figure all this out and put it in the charter when it came up in the 11th hour of the last meeting, passed by one vote before being ratified unanimously. I just have great caution. Mr. Manager, you had comment.
Just real quick, I wanted to answer Commissioner Richardson's question. From my point of view, prior to the whistleblower review being assigned to the Inspector General, it was assigned to the city manager by state law. There never has been an occasion where someone has attempted to declare whistleblower status as a result of an accusation that a commissioner did something wrong. Obviously, whistleblower status is very precise. You have to allege wrongdoing, violation of law, these kind of things. And so that's never occurred in the time we've had that.
And what the city manager says is true.
Okay, excellent.
So we could
Yes, sir.
take our time in getting this right. It doesn't have to be done now.
No, sir, but I do believe that it is an issue that does ultimately need to be addressed.
Yes.
Sooner rather than later. But I think, as I said before, doing this in this form right now is have the same concerns that I had with the Charter Review Committee addressing it. And I don't want this to be pushed off into the future, but I think it does need that discussion and thorough review that the mayor indicated.
Okay, so just to make sure we're in proper, and I'm going to make sure everybody's got an opportunity to speak. Right now, Commissioner Porter has made the motion for option 5-A, which is to ratify the CRC recommendation relative to whistleblower complaints and amend section 61 of the charter to authorize the Independent Ethics Board to perform these additional duties, seconded by Commissioner Matlow. I've got Commissioner Williams-Cox, I've got Commissioner Porter, and Commissioner Matlow.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My question is for the attorney and for the treasurer clerk. Madam Attorney, if we chose not to do anything on this item tonight, we would still have an opportunity to deal with it later, correct?
You would have an opportunity to deal with it later, but possibly not for this election cycle. We do have one.
Which takes me to the treasurer clerk, who has indicated in our timeline that there is an extra meeting or padding that's there, that if something should happen and we needed it, it's there, right?
Correct. If you were to not take any action tonight, but take an action at your April 24th meeting, that would allow an ordinance to be introduced on May the 8th with the public hearing on June the 12th. I might have gotten those May and June dates a little bit off, but the idea is there.
So I would like to make a substitute motion that we, and accept option 3C, provide other direction. And that other direction is that we have the opportunity to study, discover, explore what the Inspector General has provided, and that at our next meeting, make a decision on how to proceed.
Second.
There is a motion on the table for option 3C, which is to not take action this evening, but to bring this specific item back at the next City Commission meeting for consideration for the 2024 November ballot as a possible charter review amendment. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Been seconded by the Mayor Pro Tem. Okay, I will support the substitute motion. However, I got to tell you, I don't think we're going to figure this out in 14 days.
We may not.
And I'm not comfortable giving the public adequate time to weigh in at just one meeting on this, whereas the CRC process was over the span of, months. But I will support the motion on the table because I do not support automatically just putting it on the ballot this evening.
And just for clarity, I agree with you that there was not enough time. I gave the Inspector General and Treasurer Clerk and the attorney my 4 reasons for not wanting to do this. And one of them was time. The other was we don't know what is going to happen with what came out of the Florida legislature. It was outside of the scope of what we asked the CRC to do. I know there was some discussion about that they could, but just, so those are some of the reasons why I'm not ready to do that. But the other thing is that we've got to deal with it. We have heard it before. The Inspector General has brought it to us before. In my conversation with the ethics officer, He just needs to know one way or the other, how do we want to go? That's all he's asking for, an answer. And he doesn't feel as though we have given him a clear answer in the past when they brought their annual report. And it sounds as if we had said at that time what we rather do, then they wouldn't be back here today. So I assured him that he's going to get the clarity that he needs, and I'm hoping that we will provide the clarity, even if it's that we don't want to do anything with it. So let's use this additional time that has been allocated to see if we can get wherever we're going. Let's see if we can get there.
Okay. Again, my concern is our next meeting is literally in 2 weeks, which means the agenda comes out a week from today. And can we do a complete analysis of the state law that just passed, all the changes, how it immediately, and I'm looking at the ethics officer as well, because you two are going to have to work hand in hand on this, how all of the state law that will change with the bill that passed, how that directly and immediately impacts the City of Tallahassee Ethics Board in our process. Can you look around at the comparable cities, both in the state and quite frankly across the country, and give us an analysis of how other municipalities do it? I mean, there's a lot of research that's going to go into this, and you gentlemen, in conjunction with the clerk's office and the manager and the attorney, y'all are going to have a week to turn this around, to bring it back. Can you do that?
Yes, sir.
All right, we're going to try.
I was going to say, Mr. Mayor, and if they can't.
I'm skeptical.
And Mr. Mayor, and if they can't, then we won't be able to move forward.
Right.
But we don't know until we try it. The
Right.
journey of 1,000 miles starts with one step.
And it's not that I'm skeptical in your ability, because between the ethics officer and the 4 appointeds, I do think that we have the best. That is just a heavy lift to request, literally in 7 days before we publish the agenda. Okay? I'm sorry, Commissioner Porter, then Commissioner Matlow.
Would you mind restating the motion?
Sure. So the motion is actually for option 6C, which is to provide other direction. And that direction is not to take action on the whistleblower item today, but to bring this item back at the next city commission meeting, which is April 24th. And at that meeting, there will be a complete analysis of, we have the analysis of what the ethics office has brought to the table through the CRC and their recommendation, but it will also include the analysis that the Inspector General put on the table formally tonight during presentation. So, Commissioner Porter, it's basically they're going to provide us with the option. Do we put it with the Inspector General, or do we put it with the Independent Ethics Board? And if we decide to go with the Independent Ethics Board, do we put it on the ballot for 2024? And if we put it with the with the Inspector General, do we do so in local ordinance, or do we take it to the next level and completely revamp your office by pulling out auditor, putting that in ordinance, putting in Inspector General in the charter? Am I correct?
It's already been explored that it could, for the Inspector General's office, it cannot be done through ordinance. The prior city attorney opined that it would take a charter amendment to extend the authority beyond that's already provided to the city auditor. I serve both roles currently.
Well, there we go. All righty. So that's the motion on the table, Commissioner Porter.
Should be 5C. Yeah, I think you said 6C.
I'm sorry, 5C. Yes, ma'am. Again, it's all kind of running together over here.
I know it.
5C. Commissioner Matlow, you have the floor. Or Commissioner Porter, did you have any other?
Yeah, so just one, so to clarify, it includes, we're not disposing of this item today. It brings back both options for discussion next week.
Correct.
Or at our
2 weeks.
next
Yes, ma'am.
meeting. Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Matlow.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm ready to vote on the original motion today, because we keep saying that this came up at the last 30 minutes of the Charter Review Committee, but if my memory is correct, this first came up in 2022 as a recommendation from the Independent Ethics Board. That was over 2 years ago. And they thought about it, they deliberated on it, and they made a written recommendation to this board. So I've had that information for over 2 years now, based on what their recommendation is. As we started the Charter Review Committee process, we explicitly talked about this specific item on every step along the way. I believe there was even a motion that failed to allow the Charter Review Committee to explore it. So this is in no way new. It's no way new to this board, and it has been voted on by this board in the past. So, but with respect to should it move forward to the ballot? And I've given this a lot of consideration, and I think there's good reasons why, and there's good reasons. There's valid reasons why not, but I think putting it on the ballot and having an appropriate form to report whistleblower complaints against elected officials, members of this body, or the Inspector General outweighs the confusion and other aspects that it could cause. Because there may be confusion with it, but without it, there's no protection at all right now for a whistleblower complaint against a member of this body. You know, it was stated earlier, Mr. Manager, that there hasn't been a whistleblower complaint against a city commissioner. There hasn't been a body to wage a whistleblower complaint against a city commissioner. And historically, there have been issues with city commissioners on this body misusing, malfeasance, misuse of position. So what we're talking about is how can those complaints be registered? We can have a conversation about the Inspector General's independence, and I think we should. I'm not sure. I think that is a broader conversation, and we could figure out a workshop of how best to protect that position. My position would be, if we go down that route, we should be removing the Inspector General from our oversight completely, putting it under independent oversight, such as an independent ethics board. So he has the protections where he can investigate us, he can investigate management. He's not getting his legal opinions from a city attorney who's obligated by law to protect the best interests of the city of Tallahassee. So those are all valid concerns, and I think we should have that conversation. But as far as the whistleblower portion, we've been talking about it for 2 years. The Charter Review Committee took it up. They unanimously voted to push forward, and I know that vote wasn't a unanimous the first round, but there's not a whole lot of unanimous votes on this board either, but we moved business forward. It passed, and I think if that was the job of the committee to make recommendations, and again, our vote today isn't putting it into the charter, it's asking the citizens, the voters, if they want us to include it. So I'm completely comfortable saying that the Independent Ethics Board can receive whistleblower complaints against members of this body. I'd like to have the other conversation about the Inspector General's independence. I think it should be a more broad conversation if it's included in the charter, but I don't think, I think those protections that were mentioned earlier, 5 votes, et cetera, are good protections, but I think we can go much further if we're truly looking to establish that independence and ability to operate without any type of political influence or other influence for this body. So with that saying, I'm going to vote against the motion on the table because I'm ready to vote on the underlying motion today. If the motion on the table passes, I'll be voting for pushing this forward at the next meeting. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Mr. Mayor, on point.
Ready to bring this in for a vote. Yes, ma'am.
Oh, go ahead, let's go. It
Okay.
doesn't matter.
All those in favor of the motion on the table signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
Nay.
Passes 4-1 with Commissioner Matlow in dissent. We're on additional item B, Independent Ethics Board. The committee recommended the Independent Ethics Board have jurisdiction over the members of the Tallahassee City Commission when serving as a board member of the governing body of an outside agency by reason of their city commission position. Quick question. Madam Attorney, I already thought they had jurisdiction. Like, I am the mayor, but sitting on Blueprint or sitting on CRA. So I've actually had ethics complaints that were tossed, filed against me as the mayor sitting on the CRA. So
That is true, Mr. Mayor, you did. But there is, the city attorney's office has rendered an opinion that would require a charter amendment to amend the jurisdiction of the Independent Ethics Board. That opinion was rendered after that case that you're referring to.
That's right.
Because it didn't come up in that case. But I would still hold the same opinion. I think it does. I think the Independent Ethics Board's jurisdiction is defined by the charter. And I think this jurisdictional issue should be included in the charter as well.
So where does that pit us against our colleagues from the county commission? So half of us, or 5 of us, would be under jurisdiction of Tallahassee Ethics Board, and then the 7 county commissioners still would remain not under.
That's true.
Okay.
Yes, that is true.
All right.
So,
I've got Commissioner Williams-Cox and then Commissioner Porter.
Mr. Mayor, I move for option 6B.
6B, take no action thereby retaining existing Section 61 of the city charter. Is there a second to the motion? Second to the motion. Dies without a second. All right. You want to provide comment, though, Commissioner Williams-Cox?
Yes. Many times when we're meeting with our colleagues, we're already so lopsided in so many ways, but we have the same accountability and same responsibility. So here we are with the opportunity to create another lopsidedness. I just don't understand why we, the city commission, is held to such a higher standard than our colleagues across the street. We take on more water and everything else, literally, than what happens across the street. Now, again, I know this is not, it's not about me, and I don't take it personally, but I do just notice that I believe in equality, and this ain't equal. So what are we really trying to do here? And when we come together as Blueprint or however we come together, it already looks like such dysfunction that we don't need to add more dysfunction to it, in my opinion. And so that's why I said leave it as it is for now. If this becomes something that we need to deal with, deal with it in 10 years. So that was why I was saying let's leave it as it is, because I do feel that this is another. We've talked about this. We've kind of dealt with this, but this is just another, crack to try to get it in. So that's where I am.
Commissioner Porter, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move option 6A, that we ratify the CRC recommendation relative to the Independent Ethics Board jurisdiction over outside agency boards.
Second.
Okay, it's been properly moved 6A by Commissioner Porter and seconded by Commissioner Matlow. Commissioner Porter, you're recognized for further comment.
I mean, I think that we have discussed this before, but I think how I remember that conversation going was we were given the opinion of whether it already covered us or not, technically speaking, as members of the commission, as city commission members serving on the CRA, serving on Blueprint. And my understanding at the time was that there was some disagreement, I believe, from the ethics board and from our city attorney at the time. But my understanding was that we always planned to revisit this and make it clear and get on the same page. So I just see that as an extension of that. I think it makes good sense to us, and I encourage the county to take whatever steps they need to be just as accountable as we want to be and should be. Thank you.
Well, their argument's going to be their accountability comes with the state.
Right. No, and that's fine. And so I don't see this, I guess, my point being, I don't see it as being such an imbalance.
Commissioner Mello.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I do agree. I think we are held to the same standard as the county by the public. No matter what board we serve on, there's an expectation of elected officials that we should fulfill. And Mr. Mayor, I do remember this coming up previously. I believe I had one from an outside agency as well, CRA or Blueprint, and there was differing legal opinions from the city. I deferred to the city attorney's opinion on whether it should be covered, but we don't have anything to hide or outside of that. So I think in regards to why are we held to a different standard than the county, because in 2014, it was placed on the ballot that city commissioners should be subject to the oversight of an independent ethics board. That's why we're subject to their oversight. The county can have a similar initiative if they choose, or voters can put that on the ballot, but we can't ignore what's in the charter of the City of Tallahassee, and that's we're subject to the oversight of the Independent Ethics Board as prescribed by our charter language. So the question is, when we're serving on other entities, do we take off this hat and we are able to lower our standards? Of course not. I don't think it will have any material impact, because I think we're going to do the right thing anyway, but I do think, considering that there's contrasting legal opinion, and legal opinion isn't based on whether we should, it's just based on, is it required to be in the charter? And I believe we can update the charter to include these oversights, and we should all have the oversight of the Ethics Board, no matter which board we serve on and the decisions we make. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Mr. Mayor?
Commissioner Williams-Cox.
I just want to point out, it's not a matter of lowering standards, it's not confusing the public, is what I remember the conversation being. Yes, the city commission, as I recall, and you could correct me, Madam Attorney, the city commission is under the jurisdiction of the ethics, not the blueprint, an intergovernmental agency.
That's correct.
Okay, or CRA, outside of the city commission. You know, I serve on Tourist Development Council. I serve on, CRTPA. I serve on a lot, different boards, Big Bend Continuing Care, different boards. I don't go there to break the law or do anything, of course, but at some point, if there is jurisdiction, then it should have said city commission and external boards, the kind of thing. And so I just still believe that we're not talking about lowering standards. We're talking about not confusing the public. That's where I am.
Madam Attorney.
That's exactly right, Commissioner. That was the opinion of the city attorney's office at the time, was that it wasn't clear in the charter and that the Independent Ethics Board did not appear to have jurisdiction. I would like to note, though, that opinion also acknowledged, I think the mayor just alluded to it, that there are several other avenues by which city commissioners sitting in those positions are covered by state law, by city policy, those kinds of things. So it's not, I don't think, the opinion that was written by Ms. Jackson was not sort of that it was a free-for-all, but rather that the charter did not provide that jurisdiction, and that if that jurisdiction was to be included, it should be included in the charter language. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
And let's make sure that we understand, Madam Attorney, for definition, when we talk about outside agencies that we serve on, I interpret that as quasi-governmental agencies. So it is CRA, it is CRTPA, it is Downtown Improvement Authority, it is Blueprint, Intergovernmental Agency, it is the Tourist Development Council. Those are the outside agencies with.
I think it would be in the, when you serve in an ex officio capacity, which will be defined, and that would be when you are serving as the consequence of your appointment to this body. So not necessarily when, obviously not when you serve on a nonprofit. That's not a governmental government. You don't serve. It's only on bodies that you serve as a result of the appointment to this body.
Sure.
We'll define it in the ordinance, so it'll be, or in the.
Well, I intend to support the motion on the table today. I am curious to see again the state law that just passed, how it is going to positively or negatively impact the Tallahassee Ethics Board. I think in this particular situation, again, one of the benefits of the Tallahassee Ethics Board is that you can file your complaint anonymously, whereas you have to have a sworn statement on the state level. The law that just passed actually takes that away. So there will be no more anonymous complaints nor self-initiated complaints. So what's going to happen in this particular scenario is I think you're going to see the Tallahassee Ethics Board with the role and responsibilities extremely similar to the State Ethics Board. It might even be a little redundant, but nonetheless, it's there. We'll wait for the final assessment to come out. But for the purpose of tonight and moving forward with the ballot, I'll support it.
I'm good.
All those in favor of the motion on the table signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those
Aye.
opposed?
I will make it unanimous, aye.
Okay, it's unanimous, 5-0. Do we have any other items to come before us under 12.01, Charter Amendment recommendations, Mr. Clerk?
We do not.
Okay, once again, I want to thank the members of the Charter Review Commission for their dedication and volunteering. I want to thank you, Mr. Cook, for staffing it, and I want to thank all of our team that helped prepare these citizens. I think it was a great process, and here we go. We are now on item number 12.02, the approval of Resolution 24-R-11. Mr. Cook.
Thank you, Mayor. This item requests your approval of Resolution 24-R-11, as the mayor just stated, which would authorize the city to issue not more than $70 million of capital bonds. We would issue fixed-rate bonds to fund capital projects which you have previously approved, so you have approved the projects. This would approve the financing thereof. Also would identify the senior and co-managers to operate this sale. Those are all from a team of underwriters that you previously approved via an RFP competitive process. Staff recommendation would be to authorize the issuance and approve the resolution.
Wonderful, thank you. Do we have any public comment on this item?
We have one speaker, Stanley Sims.
Name and address for the record, please.
Stanley Sims, 1320 Avondale Way, property owner here in Leon County. Mayor, the Bible says, in all of thy getting, get an understanding. We are charged to be good stewards of our income. If I'm buying a $70 million thing, I want to kick the tires, look at the door, drive it around. I want a list of the amenities, because that's what you get when you go and you purchase something. It's itemized out. And I'm not getting it because when I had derogatory text messages sit on me and several members of this community, they told Christian Doolin, who makes, what, $230,000, and thought it was kind of funny that I'm questioning the math because we pay him so well. How could we have this forecast budget meeting? He said that he told Kendall the math ain't mathing. Well, do some mapping for me with this $70 million. And then you sit there and you say, the lack of pay and the refusal pay and the harshness of pay of our firefighters has nothing to do with the 4% across the board. The math ain't mathing. When according to County Commissioner Bill Proctor, the service fees from the fire department are going into the general pot. We just did a proclamation about our love for the environment and don't dig, and talked about the beautiful flyover of 50% trees. But hell, we got a county commissioner across the street waiting on a verdict because the city manager says we're looking at that, and what he was looking at was telling the construction people to go ahead and cut those trees down. The math ain't mathing. How can we tax individuals additional 8.5% and then come back and have to bond almost $100,000? When I saw that, I thought we were making a contribution to Trump's bailout plan. And if I could come up with something that ludicrous, you can just look at me and say I'm dumb. Well, if I'm dumb and ill-informed, that means that you have failed to properly communicate with the people who contribute to pay these bills.
You're at 30 seconds remaining.
But Amy, it bothers me when I see this ethical officers come up here and slam Cassandra. I take that shit personal. I take it personal. Cassandra, I call your name tonight. And I respect what you've done for this here if they don't.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker.
No other speakers on the item, Mayor.
Okay, let's move forward with discussion.
Move the resolution, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. The resolution's been properly moved for option number 1 by the Mayor Pro Tem, second by Commissioner Diane Williams-Cox.
Second.
Commissioner Mallow.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Manager, do we have a final cost on the TBD police station yet?
Mr. Manager.
It's a rattler spray. I thought you were a rattler.
Mr. Mayor?
I tell you what, I'm going to ask Mr. Sims if you wouldn't mind working with me, and let's keep the chatter down. We're trying to have the conversation up here, okay? Thank you very much. Mr. Manager.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. As it relates to the police department, we've talked now numerous times in terms of updates. We are at the point of 60% design. We've just reached that, which enables you to get to engineering estimates. The commission asked for an update on the Northwood Mall, including the police station. At the last meeting, I indicated I would bring that back to your next meeting on the 24th. That's the plan. I expect we'll have an engineering estimate. That will not be a final cost, but an engineering estimate at that time.
Excellent. But the item before us is the first steps in the financing process, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Includes that and other items.
Okay, excellent. Commissioner Mallow, you have the floor.
Thank you. And Mr. Manager, of the 70 million, how much would be expected to be allocated to the police station facility?
Mr. Manager? Oh,
Yeah, I can answer that. It's right at half of that number. I think it's about 36 or 37 million.
30, okay. So we're borrowing $70 million. We're borrowing $35 million, and we don't have a final price tag yet. This is where my concerns have, and I brought this up over the course of 4 years. We need to set budgets based on what facilities cost in other communities and then work backwards. Instead, we continue to shovel tens of millions of dollars into this, and we're going to be $40 million into it, and we still have a flat parking lot. So we don't know if this is going to be a $100 million or $140 million facility. We just don't know, and we keep bonding and pushing the issue forward without setting the price in advance. And it's not just the police station project. I pick on that one because it's listed in this bond series, but it's a lot of the facilities we design. Because if I tell you to go build an $80 million police facility, you can do it. If we borrow money and we just keep gradually throwing it in, you can get all the bells and whistles up to 140, 200 that other facilities have had. So I would hope we could delay the bond issuance until we have a final price on the projects that we're going to be implementing. Secondly, the $5.1 million fiscal impact on 2025, that's previously contemplated in our budget conversations earlier today.
Mr. Manager.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So with this will create a new $5.1 million liability in a city government that has a $3.8 million budget deficit, as we were told earlier today. I'm just asking that we do things in a process and in a way that the final numbers are transparent, not just to the commission, but to the public. No one's expecting us to spend the amount of money on some of these projects that will likely be spent in the end because they haven't been told. So I move that. Is there a motion on the floor?
Yes. There is a motion on the table.
I move a substitute motion that we bring this back to our next meeting when the full price of the police station is available.
Substitute motion's on the table to delay action tonight and bring it back at the next meeting. Is there a second to the motion?
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Porter. Commissioner Williams-Cox, you have the floor.
Mr. Mayor, I'm befuddled about where to begin. First of all, the city manager, who he and his staff are most knowledgeable about building facilities because they've done it before. I haven't. 60% design, so you can now cost it out. Anybody who's ever taken cost accounting, not I, but I know some who have, understands that the more information you have, the better you can cost things out. The other thing is that what cities would we compare to? Cities are not building police campuses, not a lot of them anyway. We've been dealing with this building of this police campus since we came to the commission. Since COVID, price of product, construction, everything has gone up. At some point, we have got to get these things finished, and this is, in my opinion, the way to get it done. We have good credit. Now, a lot of folks don't have good credit, but we got good credit, and because we have good credit, we're able to go to get financing to bring these projects online before 10 years from now. There are 5, let me just say this loud and clear. There are 5 projects that are going to go live in 2025. And I keep trying to give this to the media, but they're not reporting on it because there's so much other mess to report. We have 5 projects that are going to go online in our community that we've been talking about, that's been on paper, that's been planned for, that it's going to happen. And here we are in the process to try to pay for it so that our children don't have to pay for it. And we're wanting to slow it down. I, for one, want to move our city forward. And I know a lot of this conversation that goes on up here is being recorded for use on social media. But the real deal is most of the people who I know are not on social media. They just want to see this stuff coming up out of the ground because they've been promised this. So I want us to move expeditiously to doing whatever we need to do to keep moving this city forward, get these projects online in 2025 like we said we would. Thank you.
Sure. Substitute motion on the table is to delay action until the next meeting, have it brought back to us. Those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye. Sorry, follow up.
Commissioner Matlow.
And it's important to have these conversations about what facilities cost, because, I mean, it was just said that other cities in Florida aren't doing it, and that's just not true.
Call the question.
Hollywood, Florida, $72 million. They put it to the ballot of the voters. Not only did they have a price tag up front, they put it to the voters. Fort Lauderdale, there's one up to $140 million. If I remember St. Pete, it was very similar. Northport, $122 million. And the list goes on, and those are just in Florida. To say we are somehow unique and we can't project a total cost of the facility in advance, I know it won't be the final cost, and once we get the bids back, but it would be an estimate so the public knows what debt they're taking on to pay for it. We do this at Blueprint with road projects. We know that those budgets may change, but we have a line item so the public is aware of what the total cost range will be. And if every other city that's built a facility like this in Florida can do it, we should be able to do. And if we look at Fort Myers, where it was actually brought up that the intent was to keep city commissioner, city council in the dark until the project got so far down the line and so much money was expended, it was unfeasible to turn back and scale it back. So what I'm asking respectfully is to have these conversations. I know they're hard. I know we may disagree, but to say we can't have numbers up front when we proceed on these facilities, it's just outrageous to me. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
On point,
Yeah,
Mr. Mayor.
I'm not even going to entertain that monologue that we just heard.
Really?
With different tax structures of municipalities and different situations and scenarios, along with personal editorial on other communities and how we're going to take a vote.
Thank you.
Those in favor of the substitute motion to postpone action signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
No.
No.
And it fails on a 3-2 vote with the mayor pro tem, and Commissioner Williams-Cox in dissent. We are on the original motion made by the mayor pro tem, seconded by Commissioner Williams-Cox for option number 1, staff recommendation. All those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
Nay.
And it passes 3-2 with Commissioner Porter and Commissioner Matlow in dissent. We are on item number 12.03. Mr. Treasurer Clerk.
Thank you, Mayor. Just before I introduce 1203, Commissioner Williams-Cox made a comment that I did want to follow up on. She referred to our good credit and ability to borrow. At the time the agenda was released, we did not have responses from rating agency. In that interim time, we have Fitch and Moody's both affirmed their ratings, so AA plus rating from Fitch and a AA2 from Moody's, so we're very pleased with that, and I wanted to be sure I mentioned that since it was not in the agenda item.
And Mr. Mayor, can I ask Treasurer Clerk a question?
Yes, ma'am.
And Mr. Cook, we know that with those ratings, we're getting some discounted rates, but we can't hold this because market rate will go up and down, or whatever, up mostly. So if we don't move now, then we may be losing money by moving later.
I believe the best practice for us has been and continues to be to borrow money at the time we have a need. We have projects that you've approved and you want to fund. You do run a risk of rates going up. It's possible at times that they go down, but right now we're not in a moving down environment. That time was a while back. So wherever rates are, those positive credit ratings make our cost of borrowing lower than someone else's would be with a bad credit.
Colleagues, I am trying to push us to get through the last 2 items of policy formation direction before the public hearing at 6.
Absolutely.
I would like to move on 12.03. Mr. Clerk, please.
Yes, sir. This item also is a financing item. Asked for your approval of Resolution 24R12, authorizing the issuance of a public revenue note, Series 2024, in an amount not to exceed $25 million. In this particular instance, it's a single financing for a single project. It's the senior center that you're well aware of. I believe one of the 5 that Commissioner Williams-Cox probably was just referencing. In this case, because it was a bit of a standalone item, we had our financial advisor manage a competitive bid process. We received 6 or 8 competitive bids from banks. TD Bank was the lowest rate, again, to your point, right at about a 4% interest rate, and so we request your approval.
Any public comment on this item?
No, sir.
Okay, this is the new senior center. This is the big one. This is great. Is there a motion on table direction?
Move staff recommendation.
Second.
Commissioner Porter, I'm having a hard time seeing you with Commissioner Matlow's chair move. Thank you very much. It's been properly moved by Commissioner Williams-Cox, seconded by the Mayor Pro Tem. Any further discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Passes unanimously 5-0. We are on item number 12.04. Mr. Manager.
Mr. Mayor, this item seeks the Commission's approval to apply, accept, and expend grant funding in the amount of $9.6 million from the U.S. Department of Transportation for safe streets and roads. These funds would be used for select sidewalk and roadway improvements in the Jake Gaither community in and around the Jake Gaither golf course. Let me just recognize Matt Watson. He's here from our UUPI department if you have any questions.
Excellent. Do we have any public comment on this item, Mr. Cook?
No, sir.
All right.
Moves.
Go ahead.
Staff recommendation, option number 1.
Yep, we have option number 1, staff recommendation has been properly moved by the Mayor Pro Tem, seconded by Commissioner Williams-Cox. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Passes unanimously 5-0. Do we have any other items coming before us under policy formation direction, Mr. Manager?
No, sir.
Okay, it is 5:43. We need to be back at 6 o'clock for the public hearing. We stand in recess. It is 6:01. I have at least a majority of commissioners in chambers. We're going to go ahead and get started. Quick announcement before we hit the public hearing. Colleagues, I will make sure everybody has ample time to talk. We will not cut off conversation at all. We're going to make sure that everybody in the public has the opportunity to speak, wants to speak. But having said that, I am very conscious of the weather. If you have seen the alerts already, Leon County Schools has already made the call to push back the start time of elementary, middle, and high school tomorrow. We will get a full update on the weather from the manager during the sharing of ideas. I am going to make sure that we maximize our time together and keep this meeting going in an expedited manner. Again, everybody will have the opportunity to speak. I just want you to know I am conscious of the weather and what's heading our way, possibly within the next hour or so. Any questions?
No.
Okay, moving forward, we're on the public hearing, 1401. Madam Attorney.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Item number 14.01 is the first and only public hearing on ordinance number 24-0-01, an ordinance of the City of Tallahassee updating the capital improvements element of the 2030 Tallahassee-Leon County Comprehensive Plan, providing for severability and conflicts, and providing an effective date. The recommended action is option 1, conduct the first and only public hearing and adopt ordinance number 24-0-01.
All right, do we have any public comment on this item?
No, sir.
Okay. Before we get going, Dr. Harbin, I do want you to know that we recognize and appreciate all the hard work that you and your team are doing on the comprehensive plan and the rewrite that's been going on for years. It is a thankless job. Most people don't understand the technical aspects of making sure that everything that you're doing is doing well. Artie, you've been part of the team. Your entire team has done a phenomenal job as we keep moving forward, and I just want to take a second and thank you. We've got several items dealing with the comp plan tonight and moving forward. Thank you. And thanks for being available for any questions that we might have. Colleagues, direction, comments?
Move staff recommendation, option number 1.
Staff recommendation has been properly moved by the Mayor Pro Tem, seconded by Commissioner Williams-Cox. Any further comments? Seeing none. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Passes unanimously 5-0. Madam Attorney, 14.02, please.
Item number 1402 is the transmittal hearing on 2024 Comprehensive Plan Text Amendment TTA 2024-003, House Bill 1379. The recommended action is option 1, conduct the transmittal hearing, public hearing on the 2024 Cycle Comprehensive Plan Text Amendment TTA 2024-003, House Bill 1379, and transmit the proposed text amendment to the State Land Planning Agency and review agencies.
Excellent. Mr. Clerk, do we have any public comment?
No, sir.
Colleagues?
Move staff recommendation.
Second.
Properly moved by Commissioner Williams-Cox, seconded by the Mayor Pro Tem. Any further discussion? Seeing none. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Passes unanimously 5-0. Item number 14.03, Madam Attorney.
Item number 14.03 is the transmittal hearing on 2024 Comprehensive Plan Text Amendment TTA 2024-004, solar facilities. The recommended action is option 1, conduct the transmittal public hearing on the 2024 Cycle Comprehensive Plan Text Amendment TTA 2024-004, solar facilities, and transmit the proposed text amendment to the State Land Planning Agency and review agencies.
Wonderful. Do we have any public comment on this item?
No, sir.
Move option 1 is recommended by staff.
Option 1, as recommended, has been properly moved by the Mayor Pro Tem, seconded by Commissioner Williams-Cox. Seeing no further comment. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Passes unanimously 5-0. Item number 14.03, Madam Attorney.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Item number 14.04 is the transmittal hearing on the 2024 Comprehensive Plan Text Amendment TTA 2024-012, small scale map amendments. The recommended action is option 1, conduct the transmittal public hearing on the 2024 Cycle Comprehensive Plan Text Amendment TTA 2024-012, small scale map amendments, and transmit the proposed text amendment to the State Land Planning Agency and review agencies.
Excellent. Do we have any public comment, Mr. Clerk?
No, sir.
Colleagues?
Move staff recommendation.
Second.
Been properly moved by Commissioner Williams-Cox. Staff recommendation, seconded by the Mayor Pro Tem. Any further comment? Seeing none. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Passes unanimously 5-0. 14.05, Madam Attorney.
Item number 14.05 is the first and only public hearing on ordinance number 24-0-08, an ordinance of the City of Tallahassee adopting a small-scale amendment to the 2030 Tallahassee-Leon County Comprehensive Plan to change the future land use map designation from the residential preservation land use category, to the neighborhood boundary land use category along Osceola Street from Pasco Street to Holton Street, providing for severability and conflicts and providing an effective date. The recommended action is option 1, conduct the first and only public hearing and adopt ordinance number 24-0-08.
Any public comment, Mr. Clerk?
No, sir.
Colleagues?
Move staff recommendation, option number 1.
Second.
Option number 1 has been properly moved by the Mayor Pro Tem, seconded by Commissioner Williams-Cox. Any further comment? Seeing none. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Passes unanimously. Item number 14.06, Madam Attorney.
Item number 14.06 is the first and only public hearing on ordinance number 24-Z-09, an ordinance of the City of Tallahassee, Florida, designating land as Neighborhood Boundary 1, NB1, on the official zoning map from Residential Preservation 2, RP-2, along Osceola Street from Pasco Street to Holton Street, providing for conflict and severability and providing an effective date. The recommended action is option 1, conduct the first and only public hearing and adopt ordinance number 24Z-09. Any ex parte disclosures concerning this item are available via the hyperlink included in the agenda item as published in the board docs system.
Excellent. Do we have any public comment on this item, Mr. Clerk?
No, sir.
Colleagues?
Move staff recommendation.
Second.
Staff recommendation has been properly moved by Commissioner Williams-Cox, seconded by Commissioner Porter. No further comment. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Passes unanimously, 5-0. We're on item number 14.07. Madam Attorney.
Item number 14.07 is the first and only public hearing on ordinance number 24-0-10, an ordinance of the City of Tallahassee adopting a small-scale amendment to the 2030 Tallahassee-Leon County Comprehensive Plan to change the future land map use designation from the government operational land use category to the suburban land use category at 2600 Plant Street, providing for severability and conflicts and providing an effective date. The recommended action is option 1, conduct the first and only public hearing and adopt ordinance number 24-0-10.
All right, Mr. Clark, do we have any public comment on this item?
Darren Taylor is here to answer questions if you have any. Otherwise, no speakers.
Excellent.
Staff recommendation, option number 1.
Option number 1 has been properly moved. Mr. Taylor, thank you for joining us in this weather. Been properly moved by the Mayor Pro Tem, seconded by Commissioner Williams-Cox. Any further comment? Seeing none. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Passes unanimously 5-0. Item 14.08, Madam Attorney.
Item number 14.08 is the first and only public hearing on ordinance number 24-0-11, an ordinance of the City of Tallahassee adopting a small-scale amendment to the 2030 Tallahassee-Leon County Comprehensive Plan to change the future land use map designation from the residential preservation land use category to the urban residential 2 land use category at 1726 and 1728 Mahan Drive, providing for severability and conflicts, and providing an effective date. The recommended action is option 1, conduct the first and only public hearing and adopt ordinance number 24-0-11.
Mr. Clerk, do we have any public comment on this item?
Yes, sir, Mayor. Our first speaker is Kirsten Olson, who is here in chambers. We also have one speaker connected virtually.
Thank you for joining us. Your name and address for the record, please, and you have 3 minutes.
Sure. Hi, I'm Kirsten Olson from 1225 Talbot Avenue in Greater Brant Hills, the neighborhood adjoining these properties. Thank you again for the work you do for the city and for thoughtfully considering this issue. I respectfully ask you to deny the rezoning and comprehensive plan change regarding 1726 and 1728 Mahan Drive. A rezoning that increases density would substantially boost noise and impact my neighbors on Catherine Drive, which runs along these parcels to the back. Some of my neighbors on Catherine have new babies, and a jump in noise would substantially impact their families and the peaceful enjoyment of their property. The applicant wants to put a K through 12 private school on 1726, which is less than an acre. Playground noise can top 110 decibels, which is as loud as a rock concert. Keeping the property's residential preservation will keep the noise level lower and protect those properties from what the zoning code calls density intrusions. Another issue to consider is that the entrances and exits of these properties are at the crest of a hill. Adding more vehicle traffic at that spot would create a dangerous hazard to the heavy 45 miles per hour traffic that passes by daily on US Highway 90, which is also known as Mahan Drive. Please consider denying this rezoning request for both the safety of the drivers and residents who desire a peaceful environment to raise Tallahassee's newest residents. Thank you again for considering my input.
Thank you. Our next speaker, please.
The next speaker is Nicole Leiter.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Nicole Leiter, and I live at 1725 Catherine Drive. I'm actually one of the neighbors that Kirsten mentioned. I actually live right behind the school, and I have a little 5-month-old at home. The entire time that the school became a K-12, because they were for a brief time there. It's actually quite loud. I can hear it in my bedroom because my house has all the bedrooms in the back. So it makes the home not as enjoyable as it once was when we purchased the home. My main concern is not the residential aspect of this proposal. It's that it includes things outside of that. And so even though there's lots of things that we can try to do to mitigate, there's already about 30 feet between me and that school because there's a small stretch of land. So I'm concerned about what it will do long term if it does go through with the additional uses that medium residential allows. I thought I heard the attorney say that it was urban residential, but my understanding was that it was medium residential, which would be fine. For me personally, I just kindly ask that you consider the other uses. I'm not an expert in the subject, so I apologize, but I am concerned as well about the traffic because it is already a pretty dangerous place to turn if you've ever been on Mahan because of that hill, and their driveway is very steep. So all of those concerns are why I would kindly ask that you really deeply consider potentially looking at other options where we can increase the residential density, but not allowing other uses that will create a significant impact on the already existing properties that are in this neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker, please.
Mayor, that's the last speaker on item 1408.
Okay, so let's go to discussion. Commissioner Matlow.
Could we get a staff update on the changes being proposed?
Sure.
In light of the concerns?
Sure. Mr. Banger or Dr. Harbin, are you our point of contact on this?
Yes.
Come on up, Dr. Harbin. So let me get this straight. There's been a preschool that has been operating, private preschool that's been operating on this property for the past 20 years. That was compliant with the current land use zoning. They want to change the future land use map because they want to take it to a K-12?
They're currently a legally non-conforming use.
Oh, okay.
Zoning. They want to improve the property. In order to do that, they will need to be in compliance. If I can provide a little bit of information about the requested change. So right now it's an RP, and there are two reasons we're recommending that it's more appropriate for the urban residential. And the first is the site itself being located on a principal arterial and not have, so off a local street like RP would be. Also not being surrounded on 3 sides by homestead exemption, single-family residential. So if you look at the characteristics that are described in your agenda item, you'll see it doesn't fit that criteria either. The other reason is the proposed future land use category is appropriately described as one that's used as a transition from residential preservation to other more intense uses and major roadways, which is why this is appropriate here adjacent to other urban residential land use. If you have any questions?
All right, Commissioner Matlow, you got any follow-up questions?
No, I think that's helpful. Just the summary. So the primary, because it's Mahan Drive, the primary.
Yeah, principal arterial.
Yeah.
A main
the
roadway.
technicality. Okay. I think that answers my underlying question. I mean, I do think.
Go ahead. I got Commissioner Matlow finishing comments.
Sure. No, you're fine. Just considering all things in the location of the parcel and what is speculated in the agenda, I'm comfortable moving forward with it.
Okay. Is that a motion?
Yes. Good recommendation.
Second.
Okay. It's been properly moved by Commissioner Matlow for staff recommendation, seconded by the Mayor Pro Tem. So where do we go from here? And where are the other opportunities for the neighbors that have concerns to be involved with the process and be good neighbors and work with the school, and hopefully the school being a good neighbor and work with their neighbors?
Well, also through the site plan review process, once it goes through that, it'll have to go through a type C review, so it's a more elevated review, and all the development standards that have requirements for buffers. It has our highest level buffer requirement, type D, 30 to 60 feet with different vegetation. Stormwater, access management, all those things come into play when they go through the growth management site plan approval process, and that has public meetings because it is a type.
So in actuality, it could be a better situation for the neighbors because there will be buffers that will be.
The standards will be required.
The standards will require it versus what there is today with maybe just an open play. I'm not familiar with, I haven't been to the site, so I don't know what kind of buffers between the residential homes and the playground per se that we heard about. So, okay. And the young lady that testified earlier, so what we were just talking about is to make sure you understand that there'll be plenty of opportunities for you to be involved moving forward if this does move forward tonight, so that through the site plan review, there'll be formal opportunities for the residents to get involved, and hopefully, as good neighbors, we can all work this out together if this passes tonight. Okay. All right. Any other questions for Dr. Harbin? Motion on the table by Commissioner Matlow, seconded by, for staff recommendation, seconded by the Mayor Pro Tem. Any further comment? All those in favor of the motion on the table signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Passes unanimously 5-0. We're on item number 14.09. Madam Attorney.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Item number 14.09 is the first and only public hearing on ordinance number 24-Z-12, an ordinance of the City of Tallahassee, Florida, designating land as medium-density residential, MR, on the official zoning map from Residential Preservation 2, RP2, at 1726 and 1728 Mahan Drive, providing for conflict and severability and providing an effective date. The recommended action is option 1, conduct the first and only public hearing and adopt ordinance number 24-Z-12. Any ex parte disclosures concerning this item are available via the hyperlink included in the agenda item as published in the board doc system.
All right, do we have any public comment? Mr. Clerk?
No, sir.
Colleagues, direction.
Move staff recommendation.
Second.
Staff recommendation has been properly moved by Commissioner Williams-Cox, seconded by the Mayor Pro Tem. Any further comment? Seeing none. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Passes unanimously 5-0. We're on item number 14.10. Madam Attorney.
Item number 14.10 is the first and only public hearing on ordinance number 24-0-13, an ordinance of the City of Tallahassee adopting a small-scale amendment to the 2030 Tallahassee-Leon County Comprehensive Plan to change the future land map designation from the Central Urban and Residential Preservation Land Use category to the Central Urban Land Use category at the intersection of East Magnolia Drive, South Gadsden Street, and Lewis Street, providing for severability and conflicts and providing an effective date. The recommended action is option 1, conduct the first and only public hearing and adopt ordinance number 24-0-13.
All right, Mr. Clerk, do we have any public comment on this item?
No, sir.
Colleagues, direction.
Move staff recommendation, option number 1.
It's been properly moved for staff recommendation by the Mayor Pro Tem, seconded by Commissioner Williams-Cox. Any further comment? Seeing none. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Passes unanimously 5-0. 14.11, Madam Attorney.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Item number 14.11 is the first and only public hearing on ordinance number 24-Z-14, an ordinance of the City of Tallahassee, Florida, designating land as Central Urban CU 45 on the official zoning map from Central Urban CU 45 and Residential Preservation 2, RP-2, at the intersection of East Magnolia Drive, South Gadsden Street, and Lewis Street, providing for conflict and severability and providing an effective date. The recommended action is option 1, conduct the first and only public hearing and adopt ordinance number 24-Z-14. Any ex parte disclosures concerning this item are available via the hyperlink included in the agenda item as published in the board doc system.
Excellent. Do we have any public comment on this item, Mr. Clerk?
No, sir.
Okay, colleagues, direction.
Move option number 1, staff recommendation.
Option number 1 for staff recommendation has been properly moved by the Mayor Pro Tem, seconded by Commissioner Williams-Cox. Any further discussion? Seeing none. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Passes unanimously 5-0. Madam Attorney, do we have anything else to come before us at the public hearing this evening?
We do not, Mr. Mayor.
Good job, Amy. That was a long agenda, 11 items. Rock and roll. All right, Ms. Clerk, we are on unagended speakers. How many unagended speakers do we have this evening?
Mayor, we have 15 speakers in chambers that have filled out a form, and then we have 2 virtual speakers.
All right, let's start unagended speakers, please.
First speaker is Erwin Jackson. As he comes to the microphone, I'll remind speakers, you have 3 minutes for remarks. I'll give you a heads up when you have 30 seconds remaining. You'll also get a heads up by the light in front of the mayor turning from green to yellow at 30 seconds.
Excellent. Thank you for joining us. Your name and address for the record, please.
Erwin Jackson, 1341 Jackson Bluff. Tonight I'm going to talk about Honeywell, John Marks's most profitable scam. One more reason no building should be named after him. Let me give you the facts, and quickly. John Marks was the first and only county resident to become full-time mayor of Tallahassee. Adorno Yoss was the country's largest certified minority-owned law firm located in Miami. Adorno Yoss' single largest client happened to be Honeywell International. Adorno Yoss hired John Marks shortly after he became mayor to consult with them on a special project basis at a salary in 2004 of $150,000 a year. Why? To what purpose? Honeywell asked John Marks as mayor to approve a $46 million no-bid contract. John Marks was a critical third yes vote in a 3-2 decision to approve the contract. During the six-year period between 2004 and 2010, between 4 and 2010, Marks was paid $900,000, and he directed the city to pay Honeywell $52 million in contracts. The year before John Marks became the mayor of before he became the mayor, Honeywell received only $303,000 from the city. After he started getting paid from Honeywell's law firm, that amount went from $303,000 to $8,666,000 a year. Adorno's Yoss's $900,000 payment to John Marks helped their client receive $52 million in no-bid contracts. Well, money well spent, I guess. John Marks said it was just a coincidence that, in fact, that $900,000 had nothing to do with the way he voted. Commissioners, do you think that $900,000 might have influenced John Marks' decision?
You're at 30 seconds.
Commissioners, how many of you, please tell us, are receiving $150,000 annually from a law firm that represents a city vendor? Commissioners, you're individually and collectively too smart, too honest to disgrace yourself by praising John Marks' self-serving actions and naming a building after him. Commissioner, who will ask that your collective vote to name a building after John Marks should be brought back for reconsideration?
Thank you, Dr. Jackson.
You bet.
Our next speaker, please.
Dot Inman Johnson. Let's see.
Dot Inman Johnson.
Harry Brown would be next.
Harry Brown.
He'll be followed by David Walmsley.
Your name and address for the record, please. You have 3 minutes.
Harry Brown. I reside at 5431 Crump Road, Tallahassee. I'm here to tell the truth, nothing but the truth, so help me God. I'm talking to you, Ms. Cox. I will share with you many awful things that I experienced while working for the City of Tallahassee more than 19 years. I was hired as the building superintendent of City Hall. I was not provided ample staffing to get the job done and was not paid adequate salary. I was paid the same amount that my staff members were paid, $1,354 per month. I stayed on because my military retirement could supplement my minuscule city salary. Black and other minority employees still are not adequately paid today. Blacks and other minorities endure blatant and flagrant practices of being denied opportunities for raises, bonuses, and promotions, often withholding job vacancy lists while channeling minority applicants into applying for low-paying jobs. This government is allowed to conduct business any way it wants to. Daily, you sit on the dais and eat your dinner while conducting commission meetings. Curtis Richardson is allowed to use profanity and is not called out by you daily. Ms. Cox is allowed to sit there and completely ignore the speakers as they speak. Ms. Cox, that shows ultimate disrespect. Persons in the city manager's position are simply allowed to do just as they please. Anita Favors had Sharon O'Farney write a lot of lies about me. Scott Maddox to read from a 3-page document. All of the city leaders are in an agreement with this kind of treatment of blacks and other minorities. This is truly a racist and bigoted government. Under Andrew Gillum's leadership, he was allowed to install a kill switch to shut me down. I told him, and I'm telling you all right now, that you should get in a good Bible-based church.
You're at 30 seconds.
get in a good Bible-based church, and put God at the head of your lives. And you won't treat others the way you treat them, especially the way I was treated for more than 19 years. Attorney Lou Shelley said that no one else had been treated the way I was treated in this government. I want to ask you, Mr. Daly.
You're at 3 minutes.
Thank you very much. Your time is up. Thank you, Mr. Brown. I
But
appreciate
those
you.
30 seconds are going that quick.
Thank you very
I want
much.
you both to tell
Mr.
me
Brown,
whether,
thank you very much.
whether Anita Favors was
Mr.
right.
Brown, I'm going to ask you to step down, please.
$31,000.
Mr. Brown, I'm going to ask you to step
I see you gave other
down.
people a few minutes.
Mr. Brown, I'm going to ask you to
I
please
hear
step down so that we can allow everybody the opportunity to speak. Our next speaker, please, Mr. Clerk.
Next speaker is David Walmsley, and then Tavish Bryan.
Our next speaker is who?
David Walmsley,
David
Go.
Walmsley.
then Tavish Bryan, followed by Delilah Pierre.
All right. Your name and address for the record, please. You have 3 minutes.
My name is Tavish Bryan. My address will be exempt. What has happened to Calvin Riley Sr. is a true shame. Is it a failure? It is a failure of the city to hold the Tallahassee Police Department accountable for its actions, and it is a failure of this commission to defend the Citizen Police Review Board. The right wing of this commission, namely John Daly, Curtis Richardson, and Diane Williams-Cox, stand to uphold the history of police brutality and misconduct in this city. Their attacks on civilian oversight, limiting the power of the Citizen Police Review Board's displays an attitude of trust and compliance in the actions of police, a trust wholly misplaced and a judgment lacking any critical analysis and dedication to justice for the people of this community. Tallahassee Community Action Committee demands this commission create a resolution condemning TPD and the Chief of Police, Lawrence Revel, for his department's misconduct and statement on Calvin Riley's case. We also demand the resignation of Officer Kirsten Oliver and for Judge Jason Jones to drop all charges on Calvin Riley, and that the Citizen Police Review Board reconvene immediately to hold TPD accountable for its gross misconduct. Body camera footage clearly shows that Officer Kirsten Oliver removed the cap of a bottle of liquor, poured out most of its contents, and tossed the bottle into the passenger seat of Calvin Riley's vehicle. The evidence created in that action by Oliver was then used as evidence to implicate him in a DUI charge. Later, on the scene, Oliver told Sergeant Smith that the bottle of liquor was found open, an act openly condoned by TPD upon review. This is precisely why we need a strong Citizen Police Review Board. It is a disgrace to allow this level of police misconduct and to let their actions go unpunished. It is a true testament to the injustice wrought upon Calvin Riley. We find no coincidence in the cancellation of the latest Citizen Review Board meeting. The board has been continually stripped of power and attacked. Look no further than the removal of Taylor Brio from the board. A strong board guaranteeing civilian oversight of police is an absolute necessity for the safety and well-being of the people of Tallahassee. We need to be able to punish the officers responsible and show that we do not accept the police abuse in our community. If our Citizen Review Board is to be stripped of its power and made illegal, then we call on the City Commission to take on the responsibility of reviewing police abuse, fraud, and malfeasance.
You're at 30 seconds.
The police cannot and will not act in this town without community oversight. Drop the charges on Calvin Riley now. Community oversight now. This is a shame on this city. This is a shame on our courts. This is a shame on the family and Calvin Riley.
Our next speaker, please.
Delilah Pierre is next, and then Casey Weiner.
Name and address for the record, please. You have 3 minutes.
My name's Delilah Pierre. My address is exempt. Just a few minutes ago, we were with the family of Calvin Riley, who came out to show support for Calvin after he was charged guilty for a DUI charge, despite knowledge, international knowledge, in fact, of a viral video that showed that the Tallahassee Police Department had planted evidence on Calvin Riley. Despite the fact that the jury, that was called a jury of his own peers, was an all-white jury with no black representation. Despite the fact that the Tallahassee Police Department had the audacity to not just speak up on a case where they had obviously committed illegal conduct, but to also say that they had thoroughly investigated and reviewed the case with their own internal investigation. This is why we feel so strongly about citizens police review boards. This is why we fight constantly for community control of the police, because it affects real people's lives, like Calvin's family's lives. The city commission, especially city commissioners Diane Williams-Cox, Curtis Richardson, and John Daly, have shown incredible disrespect to members of our community and have shown incredible disrespect to the Riley family. They've been attacking civilian oversight since day one, weakening the Civilian Review Board and listing more to organizations like the Big Bend's Police Association, which, by the way, also felt the need to speak up on this case and even threaten and intimidate the person who released the evidence, to say they want that person to be charged, to attack that person. And TPD never once apologized for their illegal activity or had Kirsten Oliver publicly apologize for trying to plant evidence. They claimed it was a mistake, but I don't believe TPD, because there is constant evidence, real evidence, that TPD lies. There is constant, real evidence that our city manager, Reese Gold, lies to the public. There is constant, real evidence that people like Curtis Richardson, John Daly, and Diane Williams-Cox also lie to the public, lying about a cup saying, F the police, lying to the public about working with Eddie Gallagher, lie, and lie on the Calvin Riley family's name. It's disgraceful to see this kind of conduct. It's disgraceful that y'all decided to close the Citizens Police Review Board the day after this case happened, so you didn't have to face accountability. We say reconvene the Citizens Police Review Board, and let's talk about what happened to the Calvin Riley family. You have until July.
You have 30 seconds remaining.
We say Justice Judge Jones dropped the charges on Calvin Riley. And we say that it's your job as our city commission to condemn the Tallahassee Police Department and condemn Lawrence Revel for their responsibility in allowing this to happen, and to fire Kirsten Oliver, and also hold Officer Margaret Muth and the other officers involved in that case accountable. It's easy, it's simple, community control now, and justice for Calvin Riley.
Our next speaker, please.
Casey Weiner, then Cass Casanova.
Your name and address for the record, please. You have 3 minutes.
My name is Casey Weiner, and my address is exempt. On May 7th, 2023, the Tallahassee Police Department epitomized its abysmal reputation and the repugnant, bigoted nature of all policing by planting evidence of Mr. Calvin Riley Sr.'s car in an act of systemic racism, despicable misconduct, and fraud. TPD's Kirsten Oliver improperly Mirandized Mr. Riley, framed him by opening and emptying a sealed alcohol bottle and throwing it back in Mr. Riley's car, deceitfully avoided attaching her name to a police report she knew would contain false information, and later demonstrated substantial ignorance of TPD's own policies, including TPD policy number 42 and the confiscation of liquids as evidence. Following the leak of Oliver's body cam footage, TPD never apologized for their illegal activity and instead released a statement claiming they, quote, thoroughly reviewed the incident and did not find any evidence of misconduct, unquote. The Tallahassee Community Action Committee demands that our city commissioners condemn TPD and Chief of Police Lawrence Revel for their behavior and statements regarding the Calvin Riley case, including for planting evidence. We demand the city commission fire Kirsten Oliver. TPD once again avoiding accountability would be unconscionable and constitute an endorsement of hate by the city. An all-white jury found Mr. Riley guilty after only 2 days of trial, despite the body cam footage. We demand Judge Jason Jones drop the charges on Mr. Calvin Riley Sr. Just a day after TPD released their statement, the city of Tallahassee decided to, quote, reschedule, unquote, the Citizens Police Review Board meeting without providing any advance warning to the public, reason for the cancellation, or date for the reschedule. We demand that this body reconvene the Citizens Police Review Board immediately to address TPD's gross misconduct and discuss preventing further incidents like the framing of Mr. Calvin Riley Sr. Commissioners John Daly, Curtis Richardson, and Diane Williams-Cox are also directly responsible for this incident by attacking civilian police oversight in Tallahassee, limiting the review board's power in the city charter, and refusing to hold the police accountable for their wrongdoing. In doing this and catering to the demands of police unions, these three have increased police misconduct in Tallahassee and allowed the police to get away with this open fraud. Diane Williams-Cox outright attacked the Citizens Police Review Board when she removed Taylor Bureau. This trio, bought by police interests, prevents the commission from addressing police abuse, fraud, and misfeasance in Tallahassee. This revolting and sickening behavior of the police and their congenital penchant for prejudice and violence metastasizes even further when cops across this country and here in Florida receive training from Israeli forces, whether abroad or on domestic soil. The persecution and hunting of black citizens and POC communities by TPD inseparably connects to Israel. Free Palestine, free Sudan, Congo, Haiti, and all victims of U.S. imperialism. Justice for Mr. Calvin Riley Sr. now.
The next speaker, please.
Next speaker is Cass Casanova, and then Tito Leedon.
Name and address for the record, please.
Hello, my name is Cass. I will not be giving you my address. I think we should look at the facts, and the facts are that the Tallahassee Police Department has continued to not only embarrass itself, but the reputation of the city of Tallahassee. Lawrence Revel, the chief of police, who should never have been chief in the first place, is a killer cop. And in 1996, he killed 19-year-old George Lil Nuke Williams. And since Revel became chief of police, in 3 months, 3 people were killed in Tallahassee by the police: Wilbon Woodard, Tony McDade, and Raheem Reeder. Tallahassee Police Department consistently investigates himself and finds no evidence of misconduct. We can't trust the police to investigate themselves. TPD has ignored when people are in real danger. They ignored Oluwatoyin Salau's case in 2020, and TPD is one of the sole reasons that Oluwatoyin Salau was murdered. TPD ignored the case of Lori Page, a 12-year-old who goes to school less than 5 minutes from where I live, to the point where the FBI had to get involved in the search for her. Yet we increase the police budget every year. What about the firefighters? They're actually doing their jobs. Every time someone gets hurt in this city, the firefighters show up and the police are sitting there with their hands in their pockets. But they surely have the time and energy to plant evidence in someone's car and arrest them on false charges. The city of Tallahassee is just consistently embarrassing itself at this point with the conduct of the Tallahassee Police Department, with all of the killer cops on the force, the cops who are just blatantly willing to lie on the stand and plant evidence on people to meet a quota. Just last week, there were reports that the city mysteriously lost $1 million. What's going on? We need real police accountability, and we need accountability from the people sitting at this dais. How do you lose $1 million? If I had $1 million, I'd count every penny. I'd know where every single penny was. But obviously that means nothing to you. In fact, it means so little to you that you're willing to give more and more money every year to cops who don't do their jobs.
You're at 30 seconds.
Or maybe who are too good at their jobs because they're arresting people who have no reason to be arrested. I'm here to uplift Tallahassee Community Action Committee's demands for justice for Calvin Riley Sr. We want the firing of Officer Kirsten Oliver for planting evidence on Riley, and we want the City Commission to reinstate the CPRB, because you 3 right here are part of why this happened, because you are taking powers away from the citizens and giving it to police. We want community oversight.
Thank you. Our next speaker, please.
Tito Leedon, and then Oliver Chase will be next.
Okay. Your name and address for the record, please.
Good day, Tito Leedon, and my address is exempt. And I'm here with Tallahassee Community Action Committee, as you can see. And we demand that our city commissioners, y'all, condemn TPD and Chief of Police Lawrence Revel, killer cop, as y'all know, for their behavior and statement on Calvin Riley case, including planting evidence. And honestly, I don't feel very safe. You know, I don't think we feel very safe. You know, it's like to be able to walk on the street, drive in your car, and know that at any moment a Tallahassee police officer could plant evidence on you for any crime they want, really. And you could go to the court and you could be locked up. You know how scary that is? Do you know how much time and money and freedom is wasted like that? You probably don't know, actually. Because if they found you driving in your car, they'd be like, oh, wow, he accepted our police union contracts. He raised my money, right? He raised my wage. So they won't harass you, right? But, you know, the community members, we don't have any control on the police union contracts, and we don't feel safe because of that, you know. So what would make us feel safe is if we had, you know, a civilian accountability, right, for the police. That would probably make us feel like, you know, that we couldn't get arrested for anything, and that we couldn't get lied on, and that we couldn't get harassed by the police that keep getting more and more and more and more money, right? Do you understand that? Shake your head? No? Okay. Clearly not. But yeah, drop the charges on Calvin Riley and bring back the civilian police review board. You know, like Delilah said, you got until July. Might as well. Like rescheduling it at that time. Like, you know what you're doing. Y'all know what y'all doing. Come on. Anyway, yeah, I'm gonna go back to Macy. Thank you.
Our next speaker, please.
Oliver Chase, followed by Michael Clark. Oliver Chase is next.
Name and address for the record, please. You have 3 minutes.
My name is Oliver Chase. I will not be giving you my address. When TPD officer Kirsten Oliver dared to plant evidence in Calvin Riley Sr.'s car, he did so because he knew he would get away with it. Because he knew that this city commission has done everything in its power to attack and systematically dismantle civilian oversight of the police. And it worked. Officer Oliver planted evidence in Calvin Riley's car in full view of his body cam without doing anything to hide his abuse of power. But when TPD made a thorough internal review, they dared to claim that they didn't find any evidence of misconduct. The day after they made that blatant lie, the City of Tallahassee refused to let the public speak to the Civilian Police Review Board, rescheduling the meeting without any warning, any reason, or even a new date. Officer Oliver got away with what he did, and TPD got away with this blatant corruption because this city commission is in the pocket of police unions and has stripped the CPRB of all of its power. The attacks made against the CPRB by John Daly, Curtis Richardson, and Diane Williams-Cox, who still isn't looking up from her phone because Candy Crush is more important to her than Calvin Riley's freedom and the lives of the victims of police brutality, the victims of killer cops like our own chief of police, Lawrence Revel. These attacks made against the CPRB are attacks against real people like Calvin Riley's family and all the other victims of police misconduct in this city. When you strip the police of any public oversight, you open the door to blatant corruption, to flagrant brutality, and you open the door to the conviction of an innocent man, Calvin Riley Sr., on false charges. Calvin Riley was charged before an all-white jury against a white judge and with a legal team that was entirely white. And the entire time, they were talking about how nice Calvin Riley's car was because a black man with a nice car is obviously a criminal. And the entire time, they were buying every single lie that was spoon-fed to them by TPD, spoon-fed to them by police unions, and which has been supported by this city at every turn. Justice in Tallahassee will not be possible until we have real community control of the police, which is what the Tallahassee Community Action Committee demands. We demand that the city commissioners condemn TPD and Chief of Police Lawrence Revel for their abuse of power. We demand the city commission fire Officer Kirsten Oliver. We demand that Judge Jason Jones drop the charges on Calvin Riley. And we demand the Civilian Police Review Board be reconvened and given the powers that it needs to be a real force for civilian oversight and for community control. Thank you.
Our next speaker, please.
Michael Clark. And then Sadie Carlson.
Your name and address for the record, please. You have 3 minutes.
Yes, sir. Michael Clark, 3148 Dick Wilson Boulevard. I'm a local defense attorney in town, so I won't waste any of your time. Now, I come here, though, as a concerned citizen. Now, as a defense attorney, any trial attorney, bailiff, or judge can tell you that the outcome of a jury trial is almost entirely random. That's why we call it rolling the dice. when we tell clients whether or not to go to trial. However, that's not what concerns me, because that's what's the way of the world right now. What concerns me is what happened to Calvin Riley seems that it could also happen to me as a citizen of this city. And in fact, it happened to any one of us in the gallery. Now, what truly concerns me about what happened is that when someone's rights are violated, the city seems to take a hostile attitude towards its own citizenry rather than seek accountability. And that's what concerns me, because if my rights were to be violated and I were to complain, these nominally democratic institutions seem to close up and turn against the citizen making the complaint. And that's what has me concerned as a taxpayer in this city, because at any moment, essentially, the city could turn against me. And that's ultimately why I don't feel safe when these things happen. And I'd like there to be some accountability so that I can feel safe knowing that the police, the city commission, and all the other institutions of this city won't turn against me when I've been nothing but a law-abiding citizen in this city. So, that being said, hope you have a good evening.
Thank you. Our next speaker, please.
Sadie Carlson, and then we'll hear from Camille Farron.
Name and address for the record, please.
Sadie Carlson. I'm a Tallahassee resident. I have a statement that I would like to give to some of the city commissioners. Would I be able to do that?
You can give it to the sergeant right here.
Get all five. But yeah, that is a statement by the Freedom Road Socialist Organization calling for the dropping of charges on Calvin Riley, for TPD to fire Officer Kirsten Oliver for planting evidence on Calvin Riley, and the reconvening of the Citizens Police Review Board. The first attack on the Citizens Police Review Board, which was mentioned before, was the removal of Taylor Bureau from that board. And as a reminder, the reason she was removed by the 3 city commissioners to whom I gave that statement was because she had a sticker on her mug that said, "Abolish police brutality." So I think it's fitting and perhaps fair to say that this city commission has enabled the kind of action of impunity that this police department is acting with right now, and has enabled Kirsten Oliver to act without punishment, to completely get away with planting evidence on an innocent man. So this city needs to get its act together and show the police department that it cannot just do whatever it wants. It cannot disregard the law. And the best way to do that for this city commission is to call for to get the Citizens Police Review Board to reconvene so that we can, as a community, can prevent the police department from doing these things. The city should also condemn the Tallahassee Police Department and Lawrence Revel for not taking any action against Kirsten Oliver. And yeah, drop the charges on Calvin Riley.
Our next speaker, please.
Next speaker is Camille Farron, and then Natalia Vargas-Cato.
Your name and address for the record, please. You have 3 minutes.
My name is Camille Farron. I believe that Calvin Riley should be free and that Officer Oliver should be held accountable for his actions, and I agree with all of the talking points that have been brought up by TCAC and other concerned individuals.
Thank you. Our next speaker, please.
Natalia Vargas-Cato. And then the following speaker will be Thomas Spears.
Your name and address for the record, please. You have 3 minutes.
Greetings, Florida. Good evening.
We demand Judge Jason Jones drop the charges on Calvin Riley because Officer Kirsten Oliver was dishonest. A mistake is not good enough when Black lives are on the line. We demand the City Commission fire Officer Kirsten Oliver and reconvene the Citizens Police Review Board immediately to address this gross misconduct. TPD needs to go under extensive training so that they can stop making these mistakes against the civilians in Tallahassee, especially against the Black civilians in Tallahassee, and stop losing money. This is gross negligence on their behalf, and I'm appalled, but I'm not surprised because I know someone on this board owns, I guess, land that is where the remains of Tortuguita are in Tallahassee, which was someone that was murdered for the police, Cop City, whatever, and they said they didn't care until there was pressure put in the media. What concerns me is that this country, you are innocent until proven guilty, and Black people are guilty until proven innocent. Everyone deserves dignity, especially Black lives. If we allow this to happen to Calvin Riley, it can happen to anyone regardless of gender or race. I'm begging everyone to wake up and stand up. This is not the first time Tallahassee Police Department has been caught red-handed. In the past, the City of Tallahassee has agreed to pay over $475,000 to plaintiffs to settle their suits claiming police misconduct that violated the plaintiffs' rights under federal and state law. Tallahassee is the poster child for a bill limiting the ability of civilians to oversee police misconduct cases locally. And I ask that you all not huff and puff and roll your eyes when there are so many public testimonies because you ran for these positions and asked us to vote for you so you can just come up here and sit here and listen to your constituents, listen to our needs, work with us, and make community, the community that you beg to represent, a better place. Thank you. Have an evening that you deserve.
Our next speaker, please.
Next speaker is Thomas Spears, and then David Walmsley.
Your name and address for the record, please. You have 3 minutes.
My name is Thomas Spears, and my address is exempt. The main thing that I've been learning over the past few months of coming to these commission meetings is that if Commissioner Diane Williams-Cox, Commissioner Curtis Richardson, and the Mayor, John Daly, had the will, they would make a way. If they had the will to stand up for Calvin Ridley Sr. and to call out this sham of an arrest, they would call out TPD, and they would want Kirsten Oliver to be held accountable, and they would call for her resignation in an instant. It wouldn't take anything. It doesn't take any effort to do that. Commissioner Proctor, if they wanted the community to understand that this was a one-off thing, this was the exception and not the norm, they would want that accountability to happen. We're supposed to believe that Kirsten Oliver was an officer for 3 years up to the point of the arrest, and that somehow it was a mistake to just rip open the bottle and dump it out, that you don't test the bottle first. That's incredibly hard to believe, especially when there's video evidence showing just how blatant it was. They'd want a thorough report of the arrest brought back to them for their review. If they wanted the firefighters to have the pay that they deserve, they would just make it happen. They wouldn't complain about the budget. They would just try to rework the budget and put it all together. If they wouldn't throw their hands up and say it's on the city manager to do the negotiations, they would replace the city manager with one that will accept the completely reasonable demands from the union. They wouldn't throw up their hands and say it's state laws. They would find some sort of loopholes. There's always loopholes in these laws. Find something. When it comes to the budget, County Commissioner Proctor came and talked for a while about the budget and about the possibilities. If they wanted to stand against a genocide being perpetrated by this country through a puppet state, they would do it. It would take nothing. They don't want any of those things. And one of the things we have to remember is that we elected them. We have control, some control. We need more control. If they wanted the Citizen Police Review Board to be stronger, they would have made it happen. We still have some control. We need to take that power back.
You have 30 seconds remaining.
We can do it electorally, of course, but we need to come out, make these demands. We have to see these things through. Judge Jones dropped the charges. commission reconvene the Citizens Police Review Board before July and condemn this sham of a arrest and demand the resignation of Kirsten Oliver. Thank you.
Our next speaker, please.
David Walmsley.
3 minutes. Please step up to the podium. Name and address for the record, please.
David Walmsley, 850 South Gadsden, apartment. I'll have to say the apartment number. Let's just say it's the top floor.
Well, if you don't mind, because we're broadcasting over television, so they won't be able to hear you.
So today I announced that I'm running against Jack Porter. And what's interesting is tonight people started to videotape me talking to members of the commission or city manager. And I thought, wow, it's going to be like that, Jack? So I would just like to say that perhaps we run a clean race, keep it above board, and I look forward to debating you and the other 3 fine candidates for your seat. But my objective is on August 20th.
Say it to Mike.
We can't hear you.
My objective is on August 20th to be the commissioner-elect. So here I am, bring it on, you with the video camera. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Next speaker is Jacqueline Perkins, and then Stanley Sims.
Name and address for the record, please. You have 3 minutes.
My name is Jacqueline Perkins. My bond address is 1618 Key Street. I missed the opportunity to speak on 14.05. I am a community action team lead in the bond community. Last year, I think it was October of 23, we met with Susan Poplin to discuss the merits of rezoning. And based on what we were told, three of the 4 leads concurred with the rezoning. So that's why I'm here to say that we did, so for the record, that we do concur with the rezoning. And it was based on the information that we received from the planning department. We had another meeting on January 17th, and I believe February the 6th. We voted primarily to support this, to facilitate improvements and redevelopment of the community. There are a lot of non-conforming businesses and homes that cannot be redeveloped or be improved. Provided that that information doesn't change, then we are in full support. We also want to enhance and expand the scope of possibilities for the Bond Heritage and Resource Center, the scope of allowable uses. So that's why I'm here tonight. And there were a number of people who came to the February 6th meeting, but who could not be here tonight. Thank you.
Our next speaker, please.
Next speaker, Stanley Sims, followed by Will Crowley, who's the last in-person speaker that I have.
Okay. All right.
Can we get that, please?
Your name and address, please.
Oh, okay.
Go ahead.
My name is Stanley Sims. I'm at 1320 Avondale Way. My point is, in today's society, and not just limited to Tallahassee, Florida, because of TikTok, 3.5 million views, we have to be very cognizant when those blue lights come on. I've sit at that table where Kevin Riley have sat. it wasn't a 38,000 square feet experience for me. It haunts me, Mayor. It haunts me because even right now, I'm in litigation with TPD, and I am fearful of even being in this building. In fairness to the sergeant and the lieutenant in which you have charged over me to ensure that I don't act like I'm an insurrectionist, as I was referred to by the city manager, when our former city manager was here, even though she resigned because Wayne Tedder, out of the big city of Perry, Florida, he knows a good attorney when he sees one, even though he doesn't have a bar degree, but he determined she does not have the appetite and the credentials for this position. But let me talk about what she does have.
You're at 30 seconds.
She cares for people. Over the 8 years that I've caught hell coming in this building, she made sure that my wife was protected. This is legal notice, Mr. City Manager and the Mayor. Your beef is with me, not my wife.
Our next speaker, please.
Next speaker is Will Crowley.
Name and address for the record, please. You have 3 minutes.
My name is Will Crowley. I'm a City of Tallahassee resident. I think last time I spoke, I asked what we were doing here. I talked about how the city feels like more and more it has friends and it has enemies. And there was a lot of protest tonight about that type of characterization, that there's no one side of the aisle or the other. There's no this party or that party. We're supposed to be a united commission representing a united city. But then immediately afterwards, those 3-2 votes started again. And look, I feel like there's this idea in the air, in the ether that's floating out there. It's an idea that kind of started as this little whisper, and it grew with momentum until now it's like this roar. And it's an idea so powerful but so simple that it can be just summarized in a single word: reform. And I hear a lot of people talking about a crisis at the City Hall. I don't really think it's a crisis. And I'll tell you why. I hear stalemate thrown around too, and by definition, it's not a stalemate. 3-2 decision is a decisive decision. Policy's being made. It's just policy that is radically irresponsible and unpopular. But I don't think it's a crisis. I think it is the immune system of the developer industrial complex, this political machine that has been carving up our community's resources like a big fat steak, like a pork, Boston butt, like my grandmother used to make. And they're carving it up at this table, and they're, handing it out to their developer buddies, their campaign boosters. There's enough to go around. And so I don't think it's a crisis. I think the crisis is how this immune system describes the fact that the reform movement is stronger than it's ever been. Reform is closer to being realized than it's ever been in this community. Because, the reason you can tell is because the desperation has reached a higher and higher line. We've come to the point now where we've got millionaire developers stalking the halls of City Hall, asking sitting commissioners if they should hire Drew Jones or if they should hire Skip Foster to run their race. And I encourage people out there, get involved. Sign up to get registered to vote and get ready for this election, because this is a battle for the soul of our community. Thank you.
Our next speaker, please.
Our next speaker is connected virtually. That is Callum Weaver.
Are you with us?
Hi, can you hear me all right?
I can. Your name and address for the record, please, and the clerk will tell you when you have 30 seconds left.
Hi, Callum Weaver, Tallahassee resident. I'm going to speak fast because you only give us 3 minutes, and I'd much rather have an in-person meeting with you all, but here we are. To say Mr. Calvin Riley Sr.'s case is an act of police violence would be redundant, because we know that policing itself is inherently violent. This, however, is a sensational case of police misconduct and harassment. The verdict of Mr. Riley's case has outraged the community, and rightfully so. But cases like these occur more frequently than TPD would like to publicly admit. Regardless of the lack of transparency, we are all well aware of TPD's systematic targeting of Black folks. And this is exactly why we want community control of police. We've repeatedly seen cases of TPD officers make unlawful traffic stops and arrests, but they are never held accountable. This is completely unacceptable to us. I think you should do the right thing by this man and his family by condemning the actions of TPD and Chief of Police Lawrence Revel for their statement on Mr. Riley's case. Fire Officer Kirsten Oliver for planting evidence on Calvin Riley and reconvene the Citizens Police Review Board. And this is a message to Judge Jason Jones. We know it's an election year for you, buddy. So drop the charges on Calvin Riley. Mr. Reese Gold, man, I love that little Southern drawl you have, man, but as Chief's negotiator, I'm just not understanding why you're so hell-bent on making sure that the Tallahassee Fire Department doesn't get the raise that they deserve. You can say however many times you like that the process is dictated by Florida statutes and blase, but ultimately you're wasting the city's time and money by involving a special magistrate. It is our money, and we want to see it go to the firefighters. And lastly, I'd like to ask you all if you feel as though you've done enough or done all that you can to safeguard the lives of the Palestinian community here in Tallahassee, as well as their families in Palestine. If this question makes you uncomfortable, let's have a conversation to see what more we could do collectively moving forward. Free Palestine, end aid to Israel, free Congo, free Sudan, and U.S. out of Haiti.
Our next speaker.
And also, I just want, did I get the 30?
Yep, go ahead.
Okay.
Yeah, you're at 30 seconds.
Oh, okay. I just want to say, Matt, Lowe, and Porter, I appreciate y'all for going against the grain, and it inspires me to continue battling this, what sometimes feels like useless local politics. So thank y'all for doing what y'all do. All right, thank you.
All right, our next speaker, please.
Next speaker is Malik Reedy. Just handed the card, but we'll move to Franklin Perez, connected virtually.
Hello.
Hi, this is Franklin Perez. Can you hear me?
We can hear you. Name and address for the record, please. You have 3 minutes.
Great, thank you. My name is Franklin Perez. I live in Seminole and Hillsborough counties. I demand that you condemn the Tallahassee Police Department's arrest of Calvin Riley and hold Tallahassee Police Officer Kirsten Oliver responsible for framing Calvin Riley with the planting of false evidence. The Tallahassee Police Department has, once again, abused its power and terrorized a member of the Tallahassee community. During Calvin Riley's May 2023 arrest, as shown by police body camera footage, Tallahassee police officer Kirsten Oliver is shown unsealing a bottle of alcohol, pouring it out, and placing the empty bottle back inside Calvin's car. On April 8, 2024, in a trial involving the unethical, unlawful, yet not unusual Tallahassee Police Department body cam footage, Calvin Riley was found wrongfully guilty of driving under the influence. He was sentenced to 10 days in jail and 6 months probation. Blatant misconduct like this by the Tallahassee Police Department should never be allowed. Still, Tallahassee Police Chief Lawrence Revel has defended this wrongful behavior and, quote, thoroughly reviewed the incident and did not find any evidence of misconduct, unquote. Do we want to live in a city where police officers are allowed to stop us at any time, plant any evidence available, have video proof of this illegal deed, and we are still found guilty of the officer's concoction of crimes we haven't committed? Then have that decision supported by the unelected and unaccountable police chief judge, and if our voices here are pushed aside today, the Tallahassee City Commission, Calvin Riley and many other community members who have faced the terror of Tallahassee Police Department are stripped of their time, money, and freedom for a law enforcement and judicial process that actively seeks to harm them. We need to hold the Tallahassee Police Department accountable now to have any hope of healing that the Tallahassee Police Department has inflicted on the Tallahassee community and preventing more damage from being done. I demand that the Tallahassee City Commission do everything in its power to, one, hold Tallahassee police officer Kirsten Oliver accountable and responsible for framing Calvin Riley by firing this officer, two, drop the charges on Calvin Riley, and three, condemn this system of misconduct and abuse protected by the Tallahassee Police Department. The problem is that current civilian review boards, when they do exist, have no real power. All they can do is make recommendations. Thus, there is largely no accountability by police officers because police officers police themselves. What we need is a Police Accountability Act that would require the formation of civilian review boards with real teeth to oversee state, county, and city police departments with full powers to independently investigate, discipline, and terminate problem police officers. We also need to do away with qualified immunity because it gives police officers a virtual license to kill. Thank you.
Next speaker, please.
Next speaker is Malik Reedy. Mayor, that's the last speaker I have unless somebody else presents a speaker for him.
Name and address for the record, please. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you, sir. Malik Reedy, 2215 Cedar Brook. Here to talk about what's been going on in our city. I happen to have the opportunity to sit as a Citizen Police Review Board member, which I'm greatly thankful for. But I sit at a hard place at the moment about what's going on in our city. I don't know if we really want to build a community where we're actually transforming lives. I want to say to Chief Revel that he has some great officers and they do a great job. But I don't like what's going on with this case with Brother Riley. I think there's some transparency that needs to be going on. I think we really need to look at the full body cam. And I also think Officer Oliver should be dismissed. We see the evidence, what was planted. And because we have a board that you all allowed to the Police Pavilion Association to come in and really destroy, and we only make recommendations to the chief, I'm kind of curious on how are we supposed to meet and make a difference if we have no power to do anything? My heart is hurting today because I believe our leaders really do want to make a difference in our community. I think our police chief really does want to make a difference and make our community better. But we got to look at the man in the mirror and be truthful about the situation. We are not making Tallahassee better. We have a police force that gets all the money in the world that we can give them, but our firefighters still have not got their one-year contract. My heart is hurting today because we got to do a better job, Mayor. I think we also should have Commissioner Porter as our Mayor Pro Tem because it is her term to serve. This is supposed to be a democratic body.
You're at 30 seconds remaining.
But we can never vote on the same agendas. How are we supposed to make Tallahassee better? So I would say once again, when are we going to start listening to the constituents of Tallahassee? I'm not a radical person as you say I would, but I know what right is right and wrong is wrong. And some of our leaders here are wrong. Thank you.
Our next speaker, please.
No additional speakers, Mayor.
All right. So we're going to start on the sharing of ideas. I'm going to ask everybody to, get to the point. We'll spend as much time as we need to on it. I am looking at this weather pattern that's coming through, and it is looking severe, and it's heading straight our way. First of all, Mr. Manager, I'll start off. Can you give us we're under a tornado watch right now. Give us a quick weather update if you don't mind.
If I can get Dr. Whitley, I've asked him
Dr.
to
Whitley.
be fully briefed. Our emergency manager, Brian Bradshaw, has sent us an update. Dr. Whitley is armed with that. Mayor, you also already announced, I think this bears repeating, that Leon County schools have announced that they're delaying the start of school tomorrow by an hour for each respective school, including the bus transportation. So we know that's out there. Thomas, will you tell us the latest and greatest?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Manager, Mayor, Commissioners. As you do know, we have a strong line of thunderstorms heading our way. The greatest risk at this point, or greatest potential hazards, are strong damaging wind gusts and tornadoes. I will say that there's been potential tornadic activity along this line of storms that's been observed to our west. We expect the impacts of this to reach our area potentially as early as 11 o'clock this evening. There's a couple lines, but the more severe line around 11 o'clock, and then in the overnight early morning hours. That's why Leon County Schools is delayed an hour. You may have heard by now or gotten an update that FSU and FAMU have also delayed FSU's delayed start till 11 a.m., FAMU roughly till noon for different activities. So they're following that, just trying to be cautious in the morning. I'll also let you know that, as you would expect, we've got crews standing by from our customer ops team, from our electric and gas utilities, standing by to work overnight as necessary to repair as it's safe. And then additional crews on standby for tomorrow if there's response that's necessary. I will also let you know that our protocol for Star Metro is that we'll operate until sustained winds rise above 35 miles an hour. That's how we'll operate with Star Metro. FSU has asked us to delay our bus operations on campus for them, coincident with them opening on a delayed start in the morning. So we're tracking this very closely. There's largely potential of strong damaging winds, potential tornadoes, gusts potentially in the 60 to 75 mile an hour range. So obviously if we see that, we'll see limbs down, some potential trees down. That will bring power outages here as we've come to expect. And then of course, you know that our crews will be working through the night as long as it's safe to restore any operations.
Excellent. Thank you. That's all I have. Mayor Pro Tem. Diane Williams-Cox.
Two quick things. Happy birthday to my son, Robert. Today is his birthday. And for the animal shelter, Mr. Manager, I've spoken with you about this, and I know you're working on it. Wanted to remind city employees that along with volunteering at schools, you can also volunteer at the animal shelter, and they need our support, they need our help. And I also want to say to everyone in the community, if you're in need of a pet, please consider adopting from the shelter first, because they really need to get the population down there. And with that, let's just get home and let's be safe. Thank you.
Excellent. Commissioner Matlow.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I had 3 items. In interest of the weather, I'm just going to summarize them and bring them back at a future meeting. First of all, I'm disappointed, Mr. Manager, that we haven't been able to meet over what at worst is illegal activity, at best was a mistake by the Tallahassee Police Department. I think those are serious concerns that we should address. I have recommendations that are forthcoming. I would still love to meet with you and the police chief to discuss them in advance, but I understand your position as you would not like to meet. Number 2, Mr. Manager, if you could please provide all official business that Drew Jones has contacted you and Dr. Thomas Whitley, official business in the past year. I continue to have concerns about unregistered lobbying. Number 3, there's a new position description listed on the Tallahassee website for a Tallahassee firefighter trainee, which seems to be the same as the Tallahassee firefighter minus the EMT certification. So I'd like an update on what we're looking for in that training position and how that affects full-time regular firefighters as well. We can discuss those at later dates. I just want to put them on the record. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Commissioner Porter.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. First, I wanted to convey a message that I think we may have all received from the CRA, just announcing to the public that they are seeking community involvement in the downtown CRA 10-year strategic investment plan. and there are different ways to provide input. I believe there's an online survey, and they're also going to be meeting next Wednesday, April 17th at the Leroy Collins Library at 12 p.m. to 2 p.m. and at 5:30 p.m. to 7:30 p.m. And you can learn more at talgov.com/CRA. I also wanted to, I serve on the Appalachia Regional Planning Council. They have been discussing for a while in collaboration or learning from other communities who do what's called ciclovia. This is something I think we've discussed as a board before, maybe at the CRA. Essentially, it's just closing down some streets and having people bike. And so there's kind of, like we might have a little, a 5K, it's something where you close down some streets and bike, and it's an opportunity for the community to become more comfortable biking, to frequent businesses that you might not frequent because of parking. It's a fun community event. And I wanted to ask you, Mr. City Manager, if you'd be willing to meet with the ARPC to have that conversation. It's something they would like to see happen in Tallahassee. They have funding for it. And so I'd like to initiate that conversation to see if that's something that we can support. I also wanted to ask whether, with the CRA working on the downtown plan, do we have anything like an urban core master plan?
Can you guess that? I'm not sure I followed the question.
Do we have anything like an urban core master plan or, a little bit broader than just the downtown master plan? Do we have a downtown master plan? I know we've discussed this before.
We have a downtown plan.
We do.
I think, Wayne, will you come help me with this because he's the expert? And you have in your code in MMTD, I think that might be getting at, a more expansive kind of design and requirements. Wayne's the best to answer this.
Yeah, so our downtown master plan goes way back. Back when I first began with the planning department, we were under the Capital City Planning District standards. They had done a master plan process to identify the land uses, the intensities. The Capital City Planning District went away. It was administered by the state. We then did a series of public meetings and trying to revamp our code to include what we would call a master plan of our included standards for land use, intensities, densities, height limitations. Where do you want the commercial retail to be located? Where do you want covered sidewalks to be located? Along with all of that, we've got, so our zoning's in place, our comp plan's in place. We have a bike ped master plan that ties into it. We have a greenways master plan. They all tie together. Is that all in one document where you can see it on one page? It is not, but it is something that staff reviews every time a development comes in to make sure it's consistent with the vision that's been really painted since the early 1990s, which envisions an 18-hour downtown.
Okay, thank you. I also wanted to ask whether we would consider there's been reports about pedestrians being hit, cyclists being hit. I know this is something of concern to all of us. There is such a thing, and some of us may be familiar, called the Vision Zero Network, and it's a collaborative campaign, cities, municipalities working together and independently with the goal of essentially eliminating all traffic fatalities and severe injuries. I'm not sure if this is something that the CRTPA would be interested in or if we would be interested in, but I'd like to make a motion that we have an item come back to us with a review of the Vision Zero network, and if that's something that we might want to join that collaborative. I don't believe it costs us anything. It would entail, having certain plans in place if we wanted to move forward. That's something that I'd really like to see us consider. So that's my motion.
Second.
Motion on the table to bring the item back. Commissioner Porter made the motion, seconded by Commissioner Matlow. Commissioner Porter, who is the sponsoring organization behind this?
It's called the Vision Zero Network.
Are they based in Florida, or is it a national?
It's a national nonprofit. They do have Florida cities that are involved, and I can send the information to everyone if we're more comfortable postponing, but it's not a private entity. It's not, it's just a nonprofit that works on this kind of issue, just reducing traffic fatalities.
All those in favor of the motion on the table signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Passes unanimously 5-0. Commissioner Porter.
Thank you. Just a few more comments and questions. Mr. Manager, could you speak to the cancellation of the Citizen Police Review Board meeting, and are they scheduled to meet again?
Goodness. That's not the manager. He doesn't
Okay.
staff it. That's Mr. Sutton.
Okay, so then I guess my question, who did decide to cancel the meeting?
I made the decision to postpone the meeting
Okay,
until we knew more what was going to happen with House Bill 601 that had been passed by the legislature and was awaiting the governor's signature. That way we could provide accurate information to the board members. My understanding is that it just went to the governor today, and so I anticipate rescheduling that meeting shortly.
okay. Okay, thank you. And I hope it is rescheduled. I mean, I think they deserve the opportunity to meet, I think. And I'll just say some concluding remarks. As to the video, I was disturbed by what I saw. I was disturbed by the response from our chief. I'm disturbed by the singling out of my colleague and a member of the public. I'm disturbed by the way I feel personally disrespected by you, Chief Revel, in public comments you've made about me and my colleague, Commissioner Matlow. I'm not surprised by that disrespect, but it's disappointing, and I think it demonstrates the disrespect not only for us as individuals, but the public who elected us. I don't feel safe personally when I think about the chief of police making disparaging comments about me. I don't appreciate that. I just want to put that on record. We have real concerns we need to address, and I believe we're working towards them, but instead of working with the community in good faith, taking seriously when there are concerns, when we dig our heels in, it just makes things worse, and it does our law enforcement and our community a disservice when we do that. So I just wanted to make those remarks, and that's it for me, Mr. Mayor.
Everybody be safe. We stand adjourned.